Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Harness Tube as we get ready for the broadcast tonight here at the Macoupin County Fairgrounds. Steve Surratt, David Brink with you on the broadcast this evening. David, glad to have you on board tonight, and it's going to hopefully be a good night for racing.
Glad to be here in Macoupin County. We always love come racing here at Carlinville, have since I was a little kid. Right over there, that corner of that barn, raced there many times. So happy to be here, happy to see some good races, and we got a lot tonight, 14.
And just to check, you can hear me okay, right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good, I hope they
fine.
can.
In fact, I can hear you better than I can hear myself. But
I can hear myself.
That's all right. But we're glad to be at the Macoupin County Fair. We've got 14 races on the card for you this evening. We start racing at 5 o'clock this evening with Harness Tube. Lisa Surratt will be on the camera as we get ready to go with racing tonight. And hopefully sunshine stays, David, so the backstretch stays lit because the lights are not really great here.
You know, yeah, exactly right. But I was talking to Jody Bennett earlier, and she was saying that she had a little heart, went down to the horse barn and had a heart-to-heart with her old man and said, Papa Dick, we need that rain to pass us by because we're going to race him here tonight at Macoupin County Fair. So hopefully the rain holds off. We got sun right now. We should be good to go.
All right, and so with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break here and let our sponsors have some time. We appreciate all of our sponsors and what they do for us as far as that's concerned. If I can find my buttons here, David.
Hello, Earl Flack for your locally owned McKay Napa Auto Parts store. I'm always talking about savings, but why not? We're your local auto parts store. Yeah, I know you got choices, but those box stores, not local. How about some Napa antifreeze on sale for $8.99 for a full extended life? How about Napa full synthetic motor oil? 5-quart jug for $20.99. That's a 61% saving, or $4.49 by the quart. How about some Armor All leather car cleaner protectant, $5.49 for a container? Get the good stuff with Napa know-how.
ADI, located in Golden, is one of North America's largest pattern tiling installers. We've helped farmers create water management systems for over 40 years with pattern tiling across farm fields, generating proven data showing a boost in yield and greater profitability. Changing weather patterns do not have to cost you yield dollars anymore. Start with a free estimate now by calling your local ADI representative, David Lohman, at 309-280-2411 or by visiting our website at agdrainage.com.
Back with him, David, on the broadcast here this evening as I try to figure out what my screens look like. The sun kind of, we enjoy the sun, but I'm also not liking the sun, David, as I can't see my computer screen very well.
You're exactly right. Every fair has its own, little quirks, and this one is we got beautiful, nice breeze, and we're out here in the weather, but we can't see with the glare on us. So as the sun goes down, hopefully our view changes, and we'll do our best here.
We'll do our best while it's going on. Let's talk about the backstretch, one of my favorite sides of the program here, David.
Yeah, the backstretch has turned into my favorite as well. Just the whole community of harness racing is just really what tugs at my heartstrings. I've been in it since I was a little kid. And we want to invite you onto our broadcast from the backstretch. That backstretch could be, over here at the track in the first turn. It could be at your home. It could be at a watch party somewhere. Anywhere you're at, if you're driving in a truck and got the YouTube going on your phone, we want to know. Give us a shout. Drop a chat in the YouTube chat, an email, send us a text, a call, whatever you want. We'd love to hear from you and put it on air if we could.
Absolutely, as we get ready to go with harness racing for you this evening on Harness Tube, the backstretch. And David, what can they do for us? You said memories, fair memories, things like that people can send us on Harness Tube. Your new slide, in other words.
I'm waiting for it. I didn't see it pop up yet. Are we still?
About 30 seconds behind.
We're behind.
So if you're relying on that, buddy, you're going to be waiting a while.
Well, I thought I was only a couple seconds behind. I was watching one eye on the camera. So, yeah, we'd want to go ahead and drop us a favorite memory from the Illinois County Fair harness racing scene, whether it be a big race that you won, hanging out at a particular track or fair. Drop us a chat in the YouTube chat. We'd love to hear from you. We'll try to respond back as best we can, and if we get some really good ones, we'll share them on air for sure.
Well, and we've got some that we shared on air coming up there. We've got this was from week 1, so we didn't get any in week 2, any pictures like this. But we had this when we were down in Martinsville. It was Sour Grapes watching Harness Tube on a phone.
And one of our
Big fan.
We're a big fan of Sour Grapes, and to see her out, in her stall, interested, watching the phone. That's just the coolest picture ever. And I'm just humbled to be a part of all this. It's exciting to see horses on TV, on your computer. We're bringing it to you from the places that we love. It's cool to see interactions with our fans like this.
Yeah, and Wayne Evanetti, wasn't that?
At Oak Grove, Wyatt was watching Martinsville from down in Oak Grove in the driver's room down there, and we love seeing the fact that we're bringing this to everyone where they're at, and that's kind of the idea. Is it's hard to get out to these fairs anymore. So if you're watching, we're bringing it to you. We want to see where you're at, and we want to share where you're at with our fans.
And then if you've got a nursing home close to you, this is one of ours at Timber Point in Camp Point, Illinois. That's a watch party for the Macoupin County Fair. And so we were so thankful for them in doing that, and glad that they could have a activity. So if you know the activities director at your local nursing home, set them up to watch Harness Tube. A lot of these people grew up at fairs when just about every fair had harness racing.
Absolutely.
Or there were horses on the grounds. And so get with them and get it set up. Have a little party. You can wager. And give prizes, do all kinds
Pieces
of
of
things. Candy,
draw a card for the horses. If you don't know anything about it, make it simple. Just give them something to cheer for. If there's 6 horses in the races, go ace through 5 and have them draw out, and whatever it takes just to have something to kind of be rooting for. It makes it fun and worthwhile. And like Steve said, there's a generation of people that grew up going to the fairs. They remember staying here all week long and camping out and having the picnics and watching the races and all the kind of stuff. So there'll be a sense of nostalgia for them, and I bet you see some smiles.
All right.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
Back with you on Harness Tube, Steve Surratt, David Brink, back with you on the broadcast. We want people to not to forget to like or subscribe to our channel, David, and they can do that on Facebook and on the YouTube channel, correct?
Absolutely. Every place we'd like to make sure we have your like, subscription, follow, whatever that social media site uses. Go ahead and hit the button for us. It really does help. I got an email the other night from YouTube that we hit a big plateau. So these things do count, and there are things that open up for us as we hit certain plateaus with these numbers to help better serve you and hopefully bring some more interactions with you guys. I don't know anything about these super likes and super comments and what that kind of stuff, but I know they're popular. I know we can use them somehow.
Well,
I'll ask my kids, but
and I think at 1,000 we get our own personalized channel. So in other words, it'll actually be
won't
something
be some
with
long link. It'll just be at Harness Tube. So we really appreciate all the likes and subscriptions we got so far. Keep them coming. They do help, and they help us kind of navigate this whole social media realm.
And while we're talking here, our sponsors, some of our what I call banner sponsors, business card sponsors, billboard sponsors, whatever you want to call it, come up on the channel. We want to thank them for being a part of the broadcast, of each and every broadcast.
Yeah, definitely a cool idea we kind of threw up this year, giving someone a cheaper price point to get in if they want to advertise, or if they just have something they want to promote. It's a short little blurb. We can keep talking about it. Gets a logo or whatever visible, to our fans.
And the biggest thing that we want to explain to people is by advertisers helping us out, what that does for us is keeps it free for the viewers. Keeps it free so that they can watch this for free on YouTube, and we don't have to charge for the viewing. And so that's what you're helping out with. You can do it 3 ways. David, what are the 3 ways they can help us out? Donations, number 1.
Absolutely, donations. We'll take donations. I got one today in the mail. We'll take some. We talked about the business card, the little billboard sponsorships that we're seeing on the screen here, and also the third spot, of course, our third option then would be a full 30-second advertisement. If you have an ad, if you have a business, if you have a message, we would love to share your message with our fans. If you're a service, if you're a horseman and you sell cars or provide a service to your clients, we'd love to feature you and get you kind of exposed and some exposure to our fans in the horse racing community. So if there's anything in your heart you feel like you can reach out or donate or help us out with, we can definitely find some way to feature you on our broadcast.
All right. With that, let's talk about our schedule here just a little bit, David, because at the end of this week, we'll be 25% through racing already.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It is. And so we've got Carlinville for you. We've got Decatur coming up, and I think he needs something from you, David. But Decatur coming up on Wednesday, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Tomorrow is a Downstate Classic. There'll be prize money in most all the races, 8,000 or 8,000 or below.
Feed the satellite into YouTube. That's us right now.
So we've got that going on with us. As we said, we're just if you're watching live, you're at the track and you're watching, we're behind where that is by about 20 to 30 seconds, depending on the lag time based on the internet. And so, David, as we get ready to go here, any comments about our schedule? We had started out with 20. Do we have 21 yet?
I can't see the schedule from here, but yeah, we threw a tentative one on there. I think the last one we added was Marshall. It's not on the screen yet.
He'll make it full screen.
But we got.
He'll make it full screen. He'll make it full screen when he gets ready to go.
Yeah, we're doing a partial screen now so we can show the races, but we're going back and forth between here.
But yeah, the schedule, we're going to try to hit, the local fairs we got that are close to us, and we try to get some of the big ones that we know have put on good races. We get the ones that maybe we haven't been to before. I see we've Altamont. We've added to the list this year. Paris is on the list, and we had some inquiry from Marshall to go broadcast from over there. And
you got the volume on? I can hear you.
And we
okay.
We got some interest from Marshall. I've got some pictures from there. Hopefully we can get everything set up to work down there. We've got tentatively on our schedule, I think Steve might be working at a solo or something, but we put it on there anyway because I think we can make it happen.
Well, we'll try to do that. With that, we're going to take a station break here and let our sponsors have some airtime. We can't do this without our sponsors and your help. We'll be back after these messages.
I have been interested in truck driving my whole life. I've been fascinated with the big rigs since I was a kid. But after college, I got into business on the marketing side of things, kind of shelved the dream. 30 years later, I quit my job, signed up for truck driving school. It was exciting from the get-go. Dot recruited out of my truck driving school. The job was everything I was hoping it would be, and then some. My weeks absolutely fly by. When my life needed fulfillment, I took the wheel.
Los Rancheros Restaurant in Mount Sterling is your destination for authentic Mexican food. Open Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come and enjoy their daily specials on food and drink. Having a party? Check out Los Rancheros for catering your next event or gathering. Los Rancheros Authentic Mexican Restaurant, 408 Quincy Road, Mount Sterling. Call 217-773-7800.
Back with Harness Tube live here at the Macoupin County Fair. And David, the horses are warming up. We're about, what?
Quarter till looks like. 15 minutes.
15 minutes away
something.
from gate time. And so we appreciate our sponsors and everything that they do for us as they come on and help us. Lisa's getting ready to run the camera there, get her things all set up.
I've already got one shout out over here, it looks like.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's what it was over my left shoulder earlier. We've got Jim Austin Sr. watching from up in Lincoln, Illinois, in the Logan County area. His son, Jimmy Austin, would be the presiding judge tonight, so we'll see hopefully Jim and Jimmy up at Lincoln later this year. But thanks for watching. We appreciate it. Glad we could bring it to you. Hope you have some fun.
Yep, and at times we'll bring the commercials side by side with you so that we can continue with the action or continue with what's going on. So we'll have a side-to-side view. We'll have a news view, and the news view we'll use strictly for each race so that you can see the horses in the race. It's going to be difficult making driver changes and so forth on the screen as long as we can't see the screen, David.
Yeah, I was trying to look at hitting the fractions onto the broadcast a little like we did last time, and I think we can do it, but we're really struggling to see what we're looking at here on the screen. So as the night changes, I'm sure the light will change and we'll get some different views. But we're doing our best to see what we can and bear with us a little bit. But we got a nice view. Lisa's doing a great job, unobstructed. I think there's maybe one little spot behind the tent over there, or the truck. But what a great view. You can see up high there. Nice, beautiful night. It's good to see the horse racing again.
All right, with that, we, like you say, we try to get a lot of things during this half hour before the race. We're going to take another break here for our sponsors. We'll be back after these messages.
Timewell Drainage Products is a locally owned family company that has provided incredible employment opportunities in our area for over 40 years. Our constantly growing company is always looking for dynamic individuals who want to be part of an innovative, fast-paced team. To join our team, visit us online at timewellpipe.com. Timewell Drainage Products, a proud community employer since 1982.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Wait, before you go and get your snacks and drinks, make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
Brink Boys on that commercial.
Brink Boys with a little shout out there. Did a great job. I just, in passing, said, I don't know much about YouTube. Make me a video that'll get me some subscribers. And he stepped up and knocked that out. Complete animation done by him, recorded done by him. It's so cool to see. It makes a dad proud a little bit.
So you're telling me I'm about out of a job?
A video production guy might be a little easier for us pretty soon, hopefully, because I got them hopefully working on some stuff for us. But really appreciate that help on that. On the screen now, I'm looking up right now and see we hit the 500 subscriber mark on YouTube. Like I said, we hit a big plateau there. It was, and we want to thank everyone for all putting up with us, asking and begging for your subscriptions and follows and whatnot. So we're announcing right now we're going to go ahead and do a $100 gift card to Design by Des over there in Indiana. Desiree Seekman does a great job. We want to reward the horsemen, for following us along with something that they can promote themselves with. You know, Desiree does a good job. She's getting into to doing helmets. I think she did Darla Martin's and a couple more on the Illinois circuit. So if you need a helmet, you could use it for that, or some custom apparel, custom tack, stuff like that. But we're gonna figure out how to do this drawing. I'm trying to figure out how to get all the fans from all the different platforms kind of together and put them in a big wheel and spin it for us. But I'm coming through that right now, and hopefully maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday, we'll get the announcement on that.
Okay, so the prize is for a driver, correct?
The prize can be for any of our fans.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and like I said, if she does custom apparel, so if I know she's done some like teacher stuff and nurses stuff in the past, she has all the equipment to make custom shirts and mugs and pins and all that kind of good stuff. So, you know, anybody could use this.
All right, so that's coming on board there as we get ready to go. And we've got our banner sponsors, like I said, that will have up split screen that are with us. And let these people know how much you appreciate, folks, them sponsoring the racing, whether it be a banner sponsor or a business card sponsor or a commercial customer. You know, if you happen to need furniture, go see Yoder's.
Absolutely.
Talk to Yoder's about the furniture. We're going to have some new pictures up, and I tell you what, they do lovely cabinet work. And furniture work that you need to go down to Sullivan and check it in. You can do lots of things. I'm going to put a plug in here. You can go to Sullivan, look at Yoder's store, and then you can go to Sullivan's Little Theater. Right now, I think it's Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat going on there. They have several plays at the Sullivan Little Theater down there. Nice place to spend some time on a weekend or a long weekend down in Sullivan, Illinois.
And we happen to know a good little retreat cabin B&B or Airbnb, don't we? A little lodge place down in the Charleston area?
Down in Charleston, there is one out in the country we would definitely recommend.
For sure.
It looks like a pole building, and it is, folks, but it's a really nice B&B. If you want to know more about that, give us a shout. We'll tell you. Yeah. We just don't want you to rent it the week we're in Charleston. And so want to thank you to all our generous donors. Like you said, you had new donors.
A couple more aren't even on there yet. They came in the mail today. So, yeah, we appreciate everyone sending in checks or Venmos or whatever, PayPals. We accept them all. And every little bit helps. It all adds up for sure.
And that keeps it free, folks. This keeps YouTube free.
You said it earlier, and I cannot emphasize that enough. One of the biggest points of Harness Tube when this whole brain idea came together was bringing it to the fans for free, to make the access to watching horse racing as easy as possible. You know, we're trying to work on our end to make sure we're bringing it to you and letting you know where we are and when we're live. Times are changing, and we're trying to figure out how to change with it.
Absolutely. And as we expand, we're going to need more people.
Yes.
And, you know, it's fine if you're a horse lover, but we do a lot of traveling to do this, to bring this to you, and there's lots of equipment involved here. Like I said, last year we used my equipment. This year David's got his equipment, and we're hauling some of mine along just to see. But
if we have to use yours, we need to know what we need to buy next year, because every place is different, you know.
And I don't know if Lisa can hear us now or not. Apparently not.
I don't see a whole lot going on up there when we're mentioning her name, so I don't think so.
So we'll get her set up to where she can listen to us. David, you can talk about the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association.
Yeah, the MWIRA has been a huge supporter of Harness Tube from its inception, from the first idea and talking it out with some of the locals. This is our local racing association, the local circuit, if you will, and they've been a huge supporter of ours. The Coles County Fair stepped up lately and wanted to buy an ad. We're going down there for, I think, 3 days last year and 2 days this year. They put on a big card. They've got a lot of horses stabling there at the fairgrounds itself. Coles County has been synonymous with horse racing in Illinois for as long as I can remember. And of course, we want you to advertise with us. We mentioned it before. We'll mention it again when it comes up in the slide. But advertising, bringing your message to the fans. I mentioned if you're an accountant, if you're a salon, if you sell cars, if there's something you can provide to the horsemen or our viewers, we'd love to have your advertisement with us.
And we talked about the 500 YouTube subscribers and the gift certificate that we're going to
that slide I didn't quite get. That's the winner slide, so skip over that one.
All right, and we're about ready for harness racing. We're just a couple of minutes here away, and David, we got all of my pre-race stuff done.
Let's dump that slide.
All right, we'll dump that and go
That's
here.
the one announcing the winner. I don't want to give people a wrong idea when we haven't figured it out yet.
Okay. Tell you what, we're going to go to the next slide.
Okay.
And don't know that we've heard any changes or anything so far yet in race 1.
I don't think so.
But let's talk about it. Well, all three of us picked Frontier Fantasy to win this race. David, why did you make that pick? Besides, it's a Jamaica patent horse.
Well, that's always a good starting point. If you look up and down this card, you've got two horses that have made their first start of winning one between Wildcat Abbey and Frontier Fantasy. Just kind of liked that mile by Frontier Fantasy at Carrollton a little bit more, 2, 8, and 3. Got to the half a little better than the mile that Wildcat Abbey put up in Martinsville. So I went to the one on top, Frontier Fantasy for the win. For second, dropped down to the 4, Wildcat Abbey, the other horse that got its first start of winning one. And for third, I went to the 3, Lily Bella, out of the Junior Patent Barn.
Okay, and I went with the Frontier Fantasy for my first place horse. I went different than everybody else. A horse nobody else picked that finished first, second, or third. I went show-stopping Jenica. And I like Jordan Patton as a driver, and Cornelius Cavett is the trainer on that horse. And then for my third pick, I matched up with Lisa on it and did One Eye Jet. Another, I don't know who's driving, whether Jordan's driving that horse or the other horse, trained by Jill Brown.
And today we're not in the judges' stand, so we're not quite getting those updates as timely as we have in the past, and we'll probably get them in real time when they're announced over the loudspeaker, so we'll do our best about changing them. But, Jordan can't drive both horses, can he?
No, I haven't seen the ability to do that yet. It'd be a little difficult if one got ahead of the other if you were straddling things.
Back in the day when there was a lot of exhibition races for money and for packed grandstands, there was a couple really good trotters in I think the Seth Palin barn or who had them, but they would set time trials hitched together. They would team up these two trotters and go a mile and try to break records doing that. So it can be done. I've never seen it in my time, but it can be done.
Okay. Be interesting if it was a team of horses.
Yeah.
On one cart.
Yeah, that's what they kind of did. They had one cart with the horses on opposite sides of one shaft instead of two shafts with the horse between, and it worked somehow.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting racing. Because it'd be kind of like, if you've ever seen workhorses work together.
Yes, team horses.
They are a team. You've got to match the right horse, the partner up, kind of like marriage. You got to get the right partner for everything to work right, and so it's not just getting two good horses.
Correct.
It's getting two good horses that work together, and we see that a lot in what I saw team pulling things and different kind of other workhorse aspects.
The communication between the horsemen and the horses has to be absolutely stellar. And if I remember correctly, I think the two I'm talking about, I want to say was Rosalind, and it might have been one of her foals. So it might have been a mother and a daughter that were teamed together. So, their gait would have been similar, hopefully, and their temperaments maybe. But yeah, to match up two random horses and try to drive them together would be a nightmare.
Okay, I got a question for you. Since we're talking about carts, since we're talking about that, parts of racing, I'm always intrigued in thoroughbred racing.
Mm-hmm.
They race with jockeys.
Correct.
And the jockeys are always small.
Very small.
They're very small because weight makes a difference.
Correct.
Okay. I'll be honest with you. We've seen some harness cart drivers that maybe aren't as slim as they could be.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at here. You're right.
So is it to make a difference on the weight of the guy on the cart?
It does and it doesn't. Obviously the less weight you're pulling is easier, but kind of the way that the bikes are balanced, it's kind of counterweighted to lift the horse. So really, ultimately, when you get... Oh, we have a national anthem.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Beautiful job as always there by Jody Decker-Bennett. 14 races this afternoon featuring the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association Stakes and a special race sponsored by the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. As they did last week at the Greene County Fair in Carrollton, the Decker family, in memory of the late Bob Decker, who was a fixture here at the Macoupin County Fair for the past 60 years or so. We lost Bobby due to an unfortunate accident within the last year. The Decker family will honor his memory with a trophy to the connections of the fastest pacer this evening, and also another trophy to the connections of the fastest trotter.
All right, back with things.
I think we're safe.
Taking a break here. We'll watch for the microphone to go up so that we don't talk over him. I didn't give Lisa's pick. She also picked the one horse in this. She picked a horse that you picked for third, Lily Bella.
In the first race, number 2, One Eye Jet, will now be driven by Wyatt Avanetti. Race 1, the 2, One Eye Jet, change that driver to Wyatt Avanetti.
Oops.
Hello, Earl Flack.
Third race, 2 horse.
Okay, I got a problem here. Oh, I know what I got to do. As we get ready to go here, I can't see my
we're
screen,
still up.
folks.
I'll go ahead and finish that thought about the bikes and the driver's size and whatnot. You know, it's the way the bikes are balanced. They can kind of lean back and kind of counter that weight. But yeah, you do probably want a smaller driver. But you know, kind of once you get up to speed, that weight doesn't really matter as much, except for when you're accelerating or decelerating. So kind of they go out there, they jog around a couple miles and kind of get limber. And when they get up to speed and behind the gate, their momentum's kind of already going forward. So you know, the best drivers are maybe a little smaller statured, but it's not unheard of to have a bigger guy in the bike for sure. In the old days, a lot of guys were bigger, stronger, could maybe control the horse a little more. So you know, times change, but yeah, we definitely do have a little bigger driver than the thoroughbred jockey. I'd say an average of 30, 40 pounds or something. So
Drivers on the top line, right?
First race will be the 2-year-old Philly Pace. It's the William Sonny and Mary Schaefer Memorial. Your race program here for the card tonight. Also, in memory of the late Sonny and Mary Schaefer. Pacers are up.
And we have the starting gate from Wisconsin tonight, David.
We do.
The other note, I want to thank them for helping us
Big
out.
thanks to Gabe Wan and Wisconsin Harness Horses Association and Stacy DeRoos for running the gate tonight and getting us nice clean starts.
All right, and notice the horses all warming up in the same direction.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things we talked about for safety.
Yeah, it's a
As
new
we
change
get
they
ready
made
to
this
go.
year. Is all the horses will be warming up and scoring down the same direction, keep the flow of the track going one way.
And the other thing, we've got the rider tonight.
Outrider, I don't have a name on her yet to know who that is.
And to me, that's one of the other safety things that we need to have at a track.
First up this afternoon, the
they're a
two-year-old
huge
filly
help for
Pacers
sure.
in the Schaefer Memorial for a purse of $2,819. Number one will be Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello. Jamaica Patton, the trainer-driver. 2, One-Eyed Jet, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis. Jill Brown trains with Wyatt Avenatti. Number 3, Lily Bella, owned by Willie Scott of Raymond, Mississippi. Freddie Patton Jr., the trainer-driver. Number 4, Wildcat Abbey, owned by Tim Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi. Roshan Treek trains with Demarius Wakefield driving. And number 5, Showstoppin' and Jenica, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Illinois. Cornelius Cabot, the trainer, with Jordan Patton.
I don't know if you can see anything.
I can't even see where the camera is.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Leanne Shin watching down in Newton. We'll see her tomorrow at the Downstate Classic over in Decatur. Thanks for watching, Leanne.
Your camera went off.
I don't see it.
There we go. She heard us.
Oh.
Should be a good race here. The one Frontier Fantasy, a big winner at Carrollton last week in 2:08 and 3. The 4, Wildcat Abbey, also a winner of her only start down at Martinsville in 2:09 and 4/5 of a second. Stacy DeRoos, the starter. Aaron DeRoos driving the starting gate. Frontier Fantasy, Jamaica Patton, One-Eyed Jet, Wyatt Avenatti, Lily Bella, Freddie Patton Jr., Wildcat Abbey, and Demarius Wakefield. On the outside, Showstoppin' and Jenica, and Jordan Patton. 5 Illinois bred, 2-year-old pacing fillies at the head of the stretch.
It's 100.
Here they come. Oh, good start for the 2-year-old fillies on the inside. Frontier Fantasies away well. Lily Bella in the middle of the field driving up now, taking the lead for Freddie Patton Jr. Lily Bella with about a neck lead. A Wildcat Abbey's out there second, and those two are battling it out here in the early going. Lily Bella on the inside, Wildcat Abbey on the outside, and now she'll duck back and take the pocket second. 2-year-old pacing fillies move towards the quarter-mile marker. Lily Bella, the Valentino filly, leads by a length and a quarter. Wildcat Abbey is right there second. First quarter was in 31 and 3/5 of a second. Frontier Fantasy sets their third as they move over now to the 3/8 mile marker. One-Eyed Jet is back there fourth, and Frontier Fantasy, as they swing off to the turn, they're at the head of the stretch, racing towards the half-mile mark. On the inside, Lily Bella, Frontier Fantasy on the outside, now challenging for the lead. Lily Bella rough-gated on the inside. Frontier Fantasy now gets a neck in front. Frontier Fantasy by ahead, and now on the inside, Lily Bella fights back on the inside. 104 and 4. Off the half, they move over to the 5/8 mile marker. It's been Lily Bella all the way. Frontier Fantasy's not advancing on the outside. Wildcat Abbey regains a second as they race up the backstretch towards the 3/4 mile marker. Lily Bella by a length. Frontier Fantasy trying hard on the outside. She's back up there second once again. Wildcat Abbey's back there third. Moving up fourth now is a Showstoppin' and Jenica. 3/4 and 136 and 2 at the trailer, One-Eye Jad. They're in the final turn. It's been Lily Bella with every call. They're at the head of the stretch. Wildcat Abby's making a late run here. Lily Bella on the inside. Wildcat Abby on the outside. They're at the head of the stretch. Still Lily Bella along the rail. Wildcat Abby trying hard on the outside. Lily Bella and Wildcat Abby. Wildcat Abby's going to win it over Lily Bella. Mile was in 2:07 flat. 2:07 flat last quarter in 30 3/5 of a second.
One down, 13 to go. Will the 10 survive?
First race, the Sonny and Mary Schaefer Memorial. That trophy's been won by the 4, Wildcat Abbey, owned by Timothy DeMond Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi. Trained by Roshan Trigg, well driven here by Demarius Wakefield. Wildcat Abbey now 2 for 2 in her young career. 2-year-old daughter of Campton Trevor from his first crop. From the All-American Native Mare Wimple Hanover, bred by Jim Reynolds' Freedom Hill Farm of Watseka, Illinois. Your superintendent of speed, Jim Kaburk's out there with the Sonny and Mary Schaefer family to make that Schaefer Memorial trophy presentation to the connections of the 4, Wildcat Abbey.
All right, David, we'll come back on as we get ready to go here. Nobody got the first place horse right.
I'm gonna tip my cap to you though, because you picked Lily Bella to be in the top 3, and she raced really good and held on tough for Freddie.
No, that was Lisa.
Oh, it was Lisa. I thought it was you.
Lisa.
Well, then the Lisa gets the kudos, not you.
Yeah.
Number 2, One-Eye Jet was 5th. Number 3, Lily Bella finished 2nd. Number 4, Wildcat Abbey, your winner. And number 5, Showstoppin' and Jenica was 4th. First quarter was in 31 3. The half in 104 4/5. 3/4 in 136 2/5. The mile in 2:07 flat. Race 1 checks down from the top, 3-5-2, 1-4 on the bottom, 2:07 for the mile.
Might have to move off your hot spot.
And I have to pick a winner. And our pick a winner today is Nate Yokish. So you can come down and get your $5.
Okay, David, as we get ready to go here, for some reason I do not have commercial volume. Got everything else, but I have no commercial volume.
Do we just not have them rolled up or something?
No, I got to have it rolled up there, and we're hearing it from there. So it's something with my computer, the reason why we're not getting it. So I am not sure about that.
Well,
so
I'm not sure how I can help you, but I can do something else.
Yeah, why don't you talk about this next race coming up here? We'll put on the split screen here with the second race coming up. Well, you can talk about it while I try to find out what's going on with the computer.
I'll stall on handicap. That's what I do best, right?
Yes.
So, looking at the second race, we have the 2-year-old Colt Pace, Midwestern Illinois Racing Association, for a purse of $2,921. Race sponsor Stars Primal Meats here in Carlinville. It's really tough to pick against Unk outside. You know, Jamaica and Dietrich Kelly teaming up again for another tough county fair horse. Deputy Dog was really rough at these county fairs a couple years back, and I think he won about everything he was in. Looks like Dietrich's got another good one here with Jamaica and Unk outside. He's 2 for 2. Nice last quarters. I got to put him on top. For the second horse, I went to Kelsey Perriman's Dandy Storm for Sean Nessa. Was a well-bred horse out of Stevensville and an always a virgin mare. One start, finished second, nice game mile, good last quarter, 30-3. New driver, might change, might help, might hurt, we'll see. But I like the horse well enough to use it in my trifecta here. And for the third pick, I went to Bold Victor. I'm getting a new driver here with Wyatt Avenatti on the bike instead of Jordan Patton. Doesn't really change my mind. The horse has a couple good starts, good quality starts in it. Just like seeing a horse at this age kind of develop. And so with 2 good quality starts, I think this horse might be ready to kind of uncork a big mile. Should be able to pace well enough out of a Captain Trevor colt out of a Matt Scooter mare. So I went 5-1-3 for my picks. And I'm trying to find the picks, but I can't see the screen well enough to...
Well, I unplugged, David. Just
oh, you're fine. I can't see it even well enough if I could. But we'll go to Ed because he's with post-parade.
Stars of Primal Meats of Carlinville. The race sponsor, number 1, will be Dandy Storm. Ernie Sorka, Fairfield. Sean Nessa of DuQuoin. Noreen Nessa, Fairfield. Sean Nessa, the trainer, with Kelsey Perryman. 2 Bruiser Cruiser, owned by Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood. Cornelius Cavett of Virgins. Cornelius Cavett, the trainer, with Jordan Patton. Number 3 is a Bold Victor, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis and Jill Brown of Charleston. Jill trains with Wyatt Avenatti driving. Number 4 is Dancing Val, owned by Willie Scott of Wareham, Mississippi. Freddie Patton Jr., the trainer driver. Number 5, Unk Outside, owned by Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi. Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver. And number 6, Mr. Kid, owned by Brian Chupp of Arthur. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown driving.
All right, as we come back here, I don't know if you talked about this. We all 3 picked the same horse to win this race.
I talked about why he was so tough to look over. I mean, I think everyone would pick him in this race if they had a program, so yeah.
And then the rest of it kind of varies. You picked the 1 horse to finish second, Dandy Storm. Lisa went with Dancing Val, and I went with Mr. Kid.
Lisa tends to like Junior Patton, I think. She keeps picking his horses, which isn't a bad way to go, because at one time, no one was winning more races, county fair races in the country than Freddie Patton Jr.
Dancing
So
Val.
he knows how to get it done.
Come on to the track.
Quick heads up while we got the microphones up. Leanne Shin was writing in the Illinois County Fair Harness Racing Facebook group that for those going to DuQuoin on Thursday,
of Carlinville, the race sponsor,
on I-57, watch out for the Benton exit. You might want to take an alternate route. Benton's got a lot of Benton exit has a lot of construction going to DuQuoin on Thursday.
Dancing Val making their first career starts here this evening. Unk Outside, 2 for 2. His fastest win was by 5 lengths last week at Carrollton in 2:05 and 4/5.
We're just about going to the gate. David, we'll go down to the third pick. Lisa picked the Bruiser Cruiser to finish third. You picked Bold Victor, and I picked Dandy Storm that you picked to face second.
I think Lisa has an entirely patent trifecta. Let me look through this real quick. You got Unk Outside, Jamaica. Then she went to 4, right? Freddie.
Yeah.
Freddie's horse. And then she finished it up with Jordan and Boo's horse. Yeah, I mean, that's a patent
Dandy
trifecta.
Storm,
It doesn't get any better than that right there.
Bruiser Cruiser, Jordan Patton.
Boys.
She knows what she likes.
Wyatt Avanetti, Dancing Val, Freddie Patton
If you see
Jr.
somebody winning,
Unk
go with them.
Outside, the undefeated Unk Outside, starting on the outside here this evening. Mr. Kidd will be in the back tier. We start 5 across. The 6 horse will follow the 1 horse. Stacy DeRoos has the starting gate on the move here for race 2.
I'll just write him on here.
Two-year-old Pacers at the head of the stretch. Gate will start picking up speed now. And here they come. Another good start. 2-year-olds are off and pacing. Bold Victor driving out very quickly from the middle of the field. Unk Outside, the undefeated colt, is away second. Dandy Storm along the inside, pacing along there third. Racing fourth, Bruiser Cruiser as we move into that first turn. Back there fifth is Mr. Kidd, and Dancing Val is the trailer. Up the backstretch, it's Bold Victor on top by 1.25 lengths. Unk Outside is still right there second. Dandy Storm pacing along a third. Bruiser Cruiser is there fourth. Mr. Kidd and Dancing Val. Good first quarter, 31 seconds flat. First quarter in 31 seconds as Bold Victor and Wyatt Avanetti lead him over to the 3/8 mile marker. Unk Outside gets a nice trip there second for Jamaica Patton. They swing off the 3/8 and move towards the half. A rough step there. A couple of rough steps by Bold Victor, but Wyatt Avanetti gathers him up. Unk Outside tipped to the outside a little bit. Dandy Storm is back there third. Bruiser Cruiser is pacing along there fourth. Off the half, they move over to the 5/8 mile marker. The half in 1:04 and 1/5 second. 1:04 and 1. It's Bold Victor by 1.25 lengths. Unk Outside tips to the outside now. On the inside, Bold Victor on the outside, Unk Outside, and Unk Outside is going right on by, but Dandy Storm picks up the leader as they race past that 3/4 mile marker. Unk Outside with 3/4 of a length the lead. Bold Victor fights back on the inside. 3/4 in 1:36 and 2. Illinois bred 2-year-old Pacers are in the final turn. It's Unk Outside looking for 3 in a row. He leads by 1.25 lengths. Trying again. Here comes Bold Victor back at the leader. Unk Outside on the inside. Bold Victor with a second win on the outside is flying up on the outside. Unk Outside, but Bold Victor is going to get the win. Unk Outside and Dandy Storm. At mile 2:08 and 3/5. 2:08 3/5. The 3, Bold Victor, the winner.
David, as we come back here Let's see how we did there. Again, everybody picked the 5-horse, and the 5-horse finished second. Let's see, the 3-horse. You were the only one to pick them in the top 3.
I was the only one to use Bold Victor. I used him third, but I picked him third. What a great mile. And you mentioned a driver's change might shake up a horse. That horse left the gate hard and was game the whole mile, you know. So, heck of a drive, good mile. That's a nice little horse.
So you would have got the box.
I didn't get the other one.
Race sponsored by Stars Primal Meats of Carlinville.
5-1-3.
Race winner of the 3, Bold Victor,
Yeah,
a 2-year-old
so
son, Captain Trevor.
I guess the only one that did the box.
A Matt Scooter mare bred by Indiana's Joni Lambright. Owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis and Jill Brown of Charleston. Trained by Jill Brown, who's there in the winner's circle, with driver Wyatt Avanetti from Carnival Velocity. First crop of Captain Trevor. Jim Kaburk there in the winner's circle with the connections to present the Stars Primal Meats Trophy to Bold Victor Wyatt Avanetti.
It's a nice horse.
All right, David, let's talk about from the backstretch. You can send us an email or something. Yeah, I took your times down. We cover for each other.
We do. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing half the time, but we get it done.
But from the backstretch, we want to hear from people about where they're watching
Absolutely.
this from. We'd love to have a picture message
The pick a winner for race number 2
so
is
cool to see, you know, like Jim Austin Sr. watching up in Lincoln. You know, he's old enough. He'd probably be kind of tough for him to get down here for a full night of racing at Carlinville. But we're happy he can watch us from the backstretch of his own recliner. If anyone's at home or watching, we would like to give us a shout out, shoot us an email, a text. YouTube chat's open. That's working really, really well. I'm glad we did that. That's pretty dang easy, actually.
All right, so you're out there watching. We're glad that you're doing that.
We love having you.
And let's see, as I try to get everything working back here again.
This is the place with the biggest water truck I've ever seen. I've never seen a semi before.
The second race now official. Number 1, Dandy Storm, finished third. 2, Cruiser was fourth. Number 3, Bold Victor, the winner. Number 4, Dancing Vow was sixth. Number 5, Unk Outside was second. Number 6, Mr. Kid finished fifth. First quarter was in 31 seconds. The half in 104 and the fifth. 3/4 in 136 and 2/5. The mile was in 2:08 and 3/5 of a second. Race 2 checks from the top, 3-4-1, 6-2, 5 on the bottom, 2:08 3/5. Race number 3, number 2, Hope's Darlene, will be driven by Laderick Huggins. Race 3, the 2, will now be driven by, Ladarius Huggins.
Okay, David,
That's a new driver to me. I don't know that one.
And I have to see if I can get that in here in our changes here, and we can take a look at.
Well, the pick should be pretty self-explanatory on this one, right? There's only 3 horses in the race.
Well, yeah. Let's take a look at that side by side, if we can get there. Everybody picked a 3-horse.
Good.
I went oddball. I picked a 2-horse to finish second.
I tell you what, we still haven't seen Hocus Pocus and Focus this year. She was scratched, once or twice because she didn't have her Coggins in or something like that. So we've been anxiously waiting the return of that trotting filly for the Jamaica Patent Barn. But, yeah, I think we all went with her on top. Just seen her too much last year. Know how good she can be.
Absolutely. Great horse. And one that's a favorite by, I believe, all of us, David.
Yeah, and that horse went on to race in the big stakes, you know, at the State Fair in DuQuoin and Night of Champions. That's just a good trotting filly. We were very fortunate to have, you know, such good access to her all year long, being able to watch her at the county fairs. It's just nice to see those top quality horses still coming to the fairs and doing it the hard way, you know, around these little bull rings out here. So yeah, we have Ladarius Huggins on the 2, was the driver change we had announced. Got got someone dropping in the chat. Mark the Spark watching from Springfield. I don't know, Mark, if I recognize that handle, Mark the Spark. But either way, we thank you for watching. We're happy you can join us, and hopefully when we get over to Springfield, you can catch up with us sometime over there. So,
absolutely. Or Lincoln is just a
Lincoln's
short,
coming up too.
just
yeah,
a short trip up there for you to go live and in person. And
we do want you to go to these fairs. It's so much fun. I can smell the fish from the beer tent over here. We can hear the rides. It's just, I love this environment. It's so cool to see these communities come together, small towns, embracing their agriculture aspect in their own kind, and it's just a great place to be at these fairs and being a part of all this.
Is our dinner ticket for the fish tent, or where's it from?
It's for the beverage tent, we'll call it, the Smokey Jennings beverage tent over there. We got I'll go ahead and say it. Jody Decker Bennett came up to me earlier and was wanting to do something in honor of her father, Papa Deck, who passed away last year, as Ed talked about. And they talked about doing a big feed. The Deckers have been known to feed horsemen for as long as I've been around. They used to have a food wagon they take to some of the fairs, and every horseman had a tab, I think. But they decided that it might be easier, instead of trying to get all the horsemen at the same time to eat, have all the food hot and ready, to go ahead and just give out tickets. So we have some nice horsemen have some nice Papa Deck food tickets from the beer tent. We want to thank the Deckers and Bennett's for it's cool. They're in my pocket. Good picture from Papa Deck last year at Rushville. I think his last drive, what that picture was. It's a nice little memory of him, nice to eat fair food and think about him, to look over right there in that turn and see him sitting in his chair with Mama Deck, can just see it right now. And good memories for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Tragedy last year, one of a couple that we had.
Yep.
It was a rough year. It's been a rough 12 months. As your dad passed, several, things have happened. People have passed, accidents have happened. And so it's been a rough 12 months for harness racing.
The horsemen have each other's backs, though, and that's something that can't be overstated, is how much we come together, and how much, no matter if we're enemies on the track or if we're competitors on the track, we come together in times of joy and times of sorrow, and it's just really a great community. I can't say that enough.
We'll talk a little bit about our broadcast. A lot of people watching races where they have never been able to watch races before, as in... the example would be Leanne Shin. She said she got to watch several tracks that she has never been to in the past.
Yeah, and she's down in the southeast part of the state and has a lot of fairs down there to work. So getting up this kind of direction.
Cutters are out now for race number 3.
It's kind of hard.
Field is on the track.
It's nice to kind of bring that exposure to everyone across the state so that we can watch our friends and cheer them on.
You know who we haven't heard from this year?
Who?
That I know of. The Pranthers.
You're right.
And so I'm anxious to hear if they're out there watching us from there. And like I said, I think there was part of the Avenatti family that was watching from in the Hannibal area. So if you've been watching us, send us a text to David's phone. What's your phone number that you want to text to?
I'd have to look it up. I was reading a text message. It's 3125. I don't know. Let me look.
You'll have to look here. We've got it on a slide, but I don't have the slide up in front of me. But we're sure glad that that people are watching and listening to what's going on.
That number is 312-772-5122.
What is that number again?
312-772-5122.
So you can see the radio guy in me's coming out. Got to repeat it twice.
You do. You're absolutely right. And that's the kind of stuff I was taught in broadcast school and then forgot as soon as the test was over. Got a text from Kurt here. We have a new driver I said I was unfamiliar with, and Kurt did
race 3 is
for me.
Illinois-bred 3-year-old.
We have LaDerrick Huggins, a 23-year-old native of Jackson, Mississippi. Looks like Pathways he's got 7 career drives, 3 wins. So he's a high percentage guy, it looks like. And this is his first drive at an Illinois County Fair. So we want to give him some good luck on that. We'll give it back to Ed.
To his Hope Star lean, owned by Rashun Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. LaDerrick Huggins is the driver. Number 3, Hocus Pocus and Focus, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens. Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Jamaica Patton, the trainer driver.
And I apologize to Ladarius, I've got
Well-
his name spelled wrong, but he's on the card.
Kurt has it as Pathways is Laderick. Laderick.
Laderick.
Yeah.
I-C-K. And the last name?
Huggins. Huggins.
Takes a lot of sponsors to make a county fair successful.
We want to wish him
Same
luck,
goes
and we'll
for
give it back
harness
to Ed
racing.
for the race.
Really appreciate all the sponsors that we have here at the Macoupin County Fair. Had this Roy and Eunice Guthrie Memorial for many, many years. Nance Jane and Pete McGuire annually make that trophy presentation. And the Guthrie Memorial Trotters are at the starter, and the gate's on the move here for race number 3. Couple veterans in Chris Brown and Jamaica Patton driving the 1 and 3. Laderick Huggins reigns from Jackson, Mississippi, just 23 years old. Trotters are at the head of the stretch. Gate starts to pick up speed. Race number 3, Guthrie Memorial. Here they come. Good start for the trotting fillies on the outside. Hocus Pocus and Focus is first out. Luz Esmerado is trotting second there along the inside for Chris Brown. Then we've got Laderick Huggins and Hope's Darlene at the back as they trot through that first turn. Heading up the backstretch now, Hocus Pocus and Focus, a winner last year of over $20,000 as a 2-year-old. Leads by 4 lengths. Luz Esmerado is their second. Hope's Darlene picking up a little ground now, a little closer third as they trot past the quarter-mile marker in 33 2/5 of a second. First quarter, 33 2. Hocus Pocus and Focus by about 3.5. A DeJambro filly. Bred by Rock Island's John Carver, the late John Carver. Leads by only 2 now. They're in the stretch the first time. Hocus Pocus and Focus by 1.25 lengths. Luz Esmeraldo is still their second. Hope's Darlene, now only about 3 lengths off, is back there third for young Laderick Huggins. Half in 107 1/5 of a second, 107 1. Past the draw gate, they're being led by Hocus Pocus and Focus, 1.25 lengths. Luz Esmeraldo is still their second, and Hope's Darlene has now made a break. Hope's Darlene goes off stride. So it looks like we got a 2-horse battle here between Hocus Pocus and Focus and Luz Esmeraldo. Although Hope's Darlene is back trotting, might be trotting the fastest of the 3 with a 1/4 mile to go. 3 quarters in 141 2. 141 2. It's still Hocus Pocus and Focus. That filly has led the whole way. Luz Esmeraldo comes to the outside now for Chris Brown. We got less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Hocus Pocus and Focus on the inside. Luz Esmeraldo coming on. Luz Esmeraldo with a head of steam on. Hocus Pocus and Focus trying hard, but it's Luz Esmeraldo. The 1 wins race 3. Hocus Pocus and Focus home second, and Hope's Darlene their third. .212 4/5 for that trotting mile. 2:12.4.
All right, David, as we get done, all of us got snookered there as Luz Esmeralda, and I told you I almost picked that horse, but it's, it's kind of hard for me to pick against Hocus Pocus and Focus.
I understand. I did the same thing. That horse shows so many ones on the card. It's tough to say that, I'm going to pick against something who's barely missed the board last year at all. But Luz Esmeralda gets the job done today. Great mile. Chris Brown with the drive. Just waited patiently, pulled, and had too much for the competition. Looked like just went right on by.
And so the 2-horse finishing third. Is that correct? No, 2-horse.
Yeah, I had Luz Esmeralda was the winner. Hocus Pocus and Focus was second, and Hope Starling finished third.
Okay.
And here we go back to the winner's circle with Ed.
Nance Jane and Pete McGuire trackside now for the trophy presentation in memory of the late Roy and Eunice Guthrie. That trophy is going to go to the 1, Luz Esmeralda of the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Jill's trained 2 of the 3 winners we've had here thus far. Husband Chris doing the drive-in here. Luz Esmeralda, a 3-year-old daughter of Luz Legacy from Miss Esmeralda, like a prayer mare, bred by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Winner of almost 11,000 last year at 2, took a 2-year record of 2:01 and 4. Wins here tonight at the Macoupin County Fair in 2:12 4/5. Results of race 3 official. Number 1, Luz Esmeralda, the winner. Number 2, Hope Darlene was third. Number 3, Hocus Pocus and Focus finished second. First quarter was in 33 and 2, half in 107 and 1, 3/4 in 141 and 2, the mile 2:12 4/5. Race 3 checks down 1-3, 2 on the bottom, 2:12 4/5.
Yoder Custom Woodworking was started in 1995 by the Yoder family as a retail Amish furniture store in Sullivan, Illinois. They offer custom kitchen cabinets, granite and quartz countertops, built-in office and bathroom cabinetry, and offer a wide range of Amish furniture. Their store is located at 1117 West Jackson Street in Sullivan, Illinois, with store hours Tuesday through Friday 9 to 4:30 and Saturday 9 to 3. For more information, contact Yoder Custom Woodworking at 217-728-2166.
Make plans now to attend the 25th Annual Illini Classic Yearling Sale on Labor Day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. Established in 1999, the Illini Classic has been producing champions for a quarter century, including reigning Illinois Divisional Champions On Higher Ground and Scorecard Dandy. It's the Illini Classic Yearling Sale, Monday, September 2nd at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield, beginning at 11 a.m. Central. Come join us and finish the summer strong.
All right, David, back again with you with racing. We've got three done. Number 4 coming up, correct?
I can't look ahead yet. I'm still working on shout-outs that are coming in left and right, which is good. So, yeah, race 4's coming up, looks like.
As we get ready to go here.
While you're messing with changing stuff,
I'll go ahead. The Trotting Colts and Geldings.
And avoid Ed.
Due out next for race number 4. Fourth race sponsored by Griffiths Plumbing of Carlinville and the Coburg family.
Great shot.
We're looking for Dooleyville Lou, the Storm Warrior, and Chip off the block.
I think we're in the clear now.
3-horse race in this one, David. As we get ready here, everybody picked somebody different in this race to win it.
I don't remember who I picked. I had to look. I was looking.
David, you picked horse number 1.
Dooleyville. Oh, that's right. Dooleyville Lou. Randall Dooley. Just got a text from Kurt about Randall Dooley, and I remember this horse from last year, a little bit, had some luck, but this year he just comes back at the end of last year, and this year is really, really strong. Tough at these fairs. I like him. I like Harold. I like a trainer driver on a trotter. I don't know what's going on with Jordan and his bike on the backstretch, but we'll figure it out. Then to second, I went to Chip off the block, Matt Evanetti Barn, Matt doing the driving and training, Matt's been doing a heck of a job this year with these horses. He's avoided some hairy situations, got his horses in the right spot to make the best of a trip. I look for him to take care of this horse and maybe get a nice mile and pick up for second. And then third place left, last horse left would be Distorm Warrior.
All right. And Lisa, she picked a 2-horse, the Storm Warrior, by Jill Brown, and I would say she probably picked that because of Jill Brown.
Jill's having a good day. She's won 2 of the 3 races so far. So
and then I picked the 3-horse, Chip Off the Old Block, Matt Avanetti, trained and driven horse for my picks. And you two went alike on the second pick. You picked Avanetti and Chip Off the Block to finish second. I finished Storm Warrior for second, and then you and I picked the 1-horse, or no, Lisa and I picked the 1-horse to finish third, and you finished the 2-horse. So we're going to find out who's the lucky tonight.
We will find out.
You've been the only one to do the box so far. Or you did the exact on that one, didn't you?
That's luck 2 usually. Did I get the exact? I don't remember.
Oh, I can't. No, just the box. You had all 3 horses, so you had the box. Just not in the right order.
Going through this race and talking about Dooleyville Lou, talking about Randall Dooley. He comes from a horse racing family. His dad, Steve Dooley, passed away a few years back, was an owner, trainer, driver himself.
Can I have a
yeah, you can have this one. I'm not using it.
I just want to bring on those 4th race trotters, please.
And also, I want to go ahead.
Dooleyville Lou, the Storm Warrior, and Chip Off the Block.
Go ahead and make the big announcement, I guess. I've been given the clearance to that Harold Finn and his wife Jacqueline, I guess she's here today, I think I saw her over there, are expecting a little baby, let me get this right, a little baby girl in September. So huge congratulations to the Finn family. Thanks for supporting horse racing and the county fairs, and we really love cheering for you guys.
Absolutely.
I'm still going through stuff over here. I've got, on the YouTube chat, we have Diana Winland chiming in. That is actually Papa Deck's daughter. This is the child I haven't met. I know Jody and I know Brother Wayne, but I've never met Diana. But we got her watching from up in Henry. Said she'll be out to the Marshall Putnam Fair this year to watch the races. We appreciate her watching along, and she said saying nice things about her dad. Well, I think everyone had nice things to say about Papa Deck. I can hear him saying right now that the Bowens, as long as he was alive, have a standing reserve stalls in that corner over there. Well, I guess Dad and Papa Deck went out at the same time and kept that promise honest. So a big shout out to Diana. Thanks for watching. We appreciate everything. Got Scott Nance over in Hoosier watching. Scott's a longtime Chicago horseman, been doing it a long time. And lastly, we got Randy Callahan. Our judge over there, Jimmy Austin, always bugs me and said, hey, give the judges a shout, would you? So we'll take this time to give Jim his flowers and go ahead and say hey to Randy, who's watching down in the Cumberland County area in Illinois. Thanks for watching. We'll see you down the road sometime, I'm sure.
And the hardest worker up there.
Yeah. Up there right now?
Right now.
Tina Schrock.
Tina Schrock.
Tina Schrock does so much for
She's the hardest working person in harness racing.
That I would not argue. I mean, you could say nationwide, the stuff she does, keeping this program tied together. There's a couple people who carry so much weight for the horsemen in this state, and she is definitely one of them. And this half of the state, this area, over in the Springfield area for sure, if anyone needs anything, they go to Tina.
Well, even if she's not at the race,
Trotters are out now for race number 4.
Absolutely.
Sponsored by Griffiths Plumbing of Carlinville and the Quirk family.
I think the horsemen are ready. I think they've been ready to go behind the gate that time around, David.
Oh, they're waiting for Mikey to get off the track, I think, with Silver. He's not in this race. But I still would think that Ed would take him to the post parade or something. But anyway.
Well, the post parade should be coming around. I think they're up in order.
Looks like it.
And again, for those horsemen for future races, if they're driving, trying to get that horse out on the track, get it warmed up, and then get to the horses they're driving, changing carts. I mean, folks, if you want to see a real spectacle in changing, go to the state
There's your field now for race number 4.
Out of the paddock and doing that.
3-year-old colt trotters.
Pulling
numbers. Mecklenburg family race sponsors. Number 1, Dooleyville Lou, owned by Philip Randall Dooley of Hidalgo. Harold Finn Jr., the trainer-driver. 2, the Storm Warrior, owned by Stacy and Debbie DeRoos of Charleston. Jill Brown trains and will drive. And number 3 is Chip Off the Block, owned by Matt Evanetti of Chrisman. Matt also trains and will drive. Looks to be a competitive field of 3 here in the 4th race. Dooleyville Lou. 1 start, 1 win, that at Martinsville. 2:12 with a pretty snappy last quarter of 29 4/5 for Harold Finn.
Looks like Scott Nance is picking the 3-1 in this race. He said he likes Avenatti in the seat.
Well, there's one thing that Randy Callahan cannot say about this race on our picks.
What?
We're not, what do you call it? Picking all the favorites.
All the favorites. All the easy.
Time. All the easy picks all the time. But I haven't heard anything out of him on his picks.
He's been pretty good about it. Scott said some really nice stuff in the YouTube chat. You guys on Harness Tube are the best. Thank you for doing this. It's a great thing you're doing, keeping Illinois racing alive. Thank you so much. Scott, we appreciate the kind words. That's kind of the way we see it, too, and we're just happy it's kind of working out the way we hoped.
What are you talking about? I'm old. It's keeping me alive, just out with activity.
I can barely keep up in my age. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But we'll go back to Ed because here they come, turning for home.
Here they come. Great start once again by Stacy DeRoos here. All 3 Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotters race into that first turn. Dooleyville Lou, Harold Finn with the lead by a length and a quarter. Ranging up on the outside, Chip Off the Block, and then we got the Storm Warrior. A swing out of the turn and head up the backstretch. Only 2.5 lengths separates the field of 3. Dooleyville Lou, trying to stay undefeated this year. Won his first start last week at Martinsville. Leads by a length and a quarter. Chip Off the old blocks out there second. First quarter is in 32 seconds. 32 seconds off the quarter. Jill Brown with the Storm Warrior right with the leader strutting third. Off the 3/8 are at the head of the stretch the first time. It's Dooleyville Lou with the lead. Chip Off the Block going the long mile. Been parked the whole way for Matt Evanetti. And Chip Off the Block has about a length lead now as they move past the half-mile marker. Dooleyville Lou on the inside. Chip Off the Block on the outside. And the Storm Warrior off the half. 103 3/5 of a second. 103.3 off the half. They're past the draw gate. Over to the 5/8 they go. Dooleyville Lou, Harold Finn Jr. by 2.5 lengths. Chip Off the Block still there second. Racing third, the Storm Warrior. Just over a quarter of a mile to trot, and they're going to have to catch the Lou's Legacy Gelding. Dooleyville Lou, very comfortable on top by 3, now by 4 lengths. 3/4 and 1, 36 2. Over to the 7/8. Dooleyville Lou now leads by 5, 6 lengths with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Chip Off the Block is their second. The Storm Warrior on the outside third. But Dooleyville Lou is all by himself on top here by about 6 to win the 4th. Harold Finn Jr., Dooleyville Lou. Race 4 is sponsored by Griffiths Plumbing of Carlinville and the Nickelberg family. All fine sponsors of the Macoupin County Fair have been for many, many years. Dooleyville Lou, owned by Philip Randall Dooley of Hidalgo. Trained and driven by Harold Finn Jr., his wife Jacqueline there. In the winner's circle, Kurt Becker tells me that Harold and Jacqueline are expecting this fall, so congratulations to the Finns. Randall Dooley, the owner, Harold Finn Jr., the trainer-driver, Dooleyville Lou, remains undefeated this year. A win at Martinsville in 2:12, back here today at the Macoupin County Fair in 2:09 and 1/5 of a second. That's Randall Dooley at the head of this nice trotter. Harold and Jacqueline Finn, Jim Kaburk's out there, representatives of Griffiths Plumbing, to make the trophy presentation. Let's give Harold a big hand, folks. 2:09 and 1, Dooleyville Lou remains undefeated.
All right, David, you got the exact. If there'd been an exacta bed with only 3 horses, but
the
you
pick
picked
a
them in
winner
order.
for race number 4.
Good for those connections. That's a nice horse, nice bred horse, a nice horseman in the bike. A longtime horseman owning the horse. You just got to cheer for him. And the baby story. That's just great stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, awesome stuff there.
Scott Nance said he even changed his pick and put Dooleyville Lou on top when I announced that he's going to be a papa. So, you're driving for a little bit more sometimes.
Dooleyville Lou, the winner. Number 2, The Storm Warrior, was third. Number 3, Chip Off the Block, finished second. First quarter was in 32 seconds. The half in 1:03 and 3. 3 quarters in 1:36 and 2. The mile 2:09 and 1/5. Race 4 checks down 1-3-2 on the bottom, 2:09 and 1. No changes in race number 5. 2-year-old filly trotters, PM Machine Shop and Fabrication of Carlinville, your race sponsor.
Okay, David, we want to tell people to like or subscribe to our Facebook page or to our YouTube channel. Facebook, it lets you know where we're at, what's going on. YouTube, if you subscribe to us on YouTube, you can actually get notification when we go on air and so forth. So that's another plus out of there. We're at 500 subscribers. We need to be at 1,000, folks. That would be a good number for us to be at for a specialized YouTube logo channel, whatever you want to call it.
The YouTube partnership program or whatever it's called, YPP, I can't remember, but yeah. And if you notice this, we got the QR code up on this one this time. If you go ahead and hold your camera phone up to that black box on your screen and pull out the camera app, you'll see a little box start shaking on your phone that kind of outlines that. If you click that link, it'll take you to a landing page for Harness Tube that lists all of our sites, our Facebook, our YouTube, our Venmo, our PayPal, our schedule. There's a place to put in your email address. We're trying to work on putting together a newsletter or some sort of mailing list. So go ahead and give us your email address if you would. We'll try to keep you up to date with what's happening in the world of harness racing in Illinois County Fair world.
All right, that's what's going on there. Also, we're getting ready to have a drawing. We want to make you aware of our drawing because we have 500 subscribers.
So happy to hit 500. I called up Desiree and said, hey, can we do a gift certificate somehow, something? And she said, absolutely, we'll figure it out. So we want to go ahead and announce it now. We're going to be doing this drawing, picking one of our fans to receive a $100 gift certificate to Design by Des. Supporting horsemen the best we can, supporting small businesses, and hopefully supporting one of our fans' business. If we can get some custom apparel for them as well, it's kind of win-win-win for everybody. And details will follow when I figure out how to get everyone in the same list so I can put them in one big randomizer. We'll get it done. But right now I'm working on getting all the different sites together.
That sounds like a great thing as we get ready to go here for the next race. Trying to look at what's coming up here.
Randy
next.
Callahan's chiming in the chat saying he told Harold what to do. He said, you just started listening to me, winning more races. He said, go to the front and improve your position.
All right. All right. And so with that, let's take a look at this next race coming up here.
Race 5.
Race 5 coming to the
2-year-old filly trot in the Midwest Illinois Racing Association for a purse of $2,614. Looks like from the 1, Miss Peaches and Quan Wakefield, the 2, Tustation and Drew Daniels, and the 3, Shady Maple Becky and Wyatt Avenetti. Now our picks are up on the screen, aren't they? Yeah, I went on top to Miss Peaches and Quan Wakefield. The horse just had a nice mile. I like his confidence. A young driver, Roshan, had I think we had a 20. I think Quan is 20, and what do you say? Our last driver Huggins was 23. So Roshan's picking up these young drivers and putting them in the bike and giving them a chance. And sometimes that's all you need is kind of a chance to prove yourself. So I went like that horse. I went with Miss Peaches on top. I went down to Wyatt and Dave's horse, the Avenetti horse that can't afford it, Shady Maple Becky, to finish second. And it's tough picking a first-time starter to do much, not really sure what you're going to get there. So I went ahead and dropped the 2, Tustation, in my third pick.
All right. And we picked a little bit different on that.
As much as we can on a 3-horse race, right?
As much as we can on a 3-horse race. You're absolutely right. Lisa and I are exactly the same. We picked the 3-horse, Shady Maple Becky, to win this. We picked second, what is that?
I said Tustation.
Tustation, okay.
But I don't know, because the dad is Sutton. So maybe Tuss is Sut backwards, and then the Tia and Tia Marie Cosmos. I might be pronouncing it completely wrong, but that's what I said, so that's what I went with.
And then the 1 horse we picked third. So Lisa and I the same. You're different than both of us.
We shall see.
We'll see what happens here as we get ready for race 5. We're about 30% through the race card for this evening.
Like that.
14 races here on the card this evening here in Carlinville. And bright, sunshiny here. We haven't seen any rain. Lisa said she looked, the updated forecast wasn't supposed to be here till about 2 a.m. in the morning, which is a good thing.
The only risk we had was about a 4 o'clock storm coming through, and we missed that. So I think Jody got Papa Deck's ear, and he got the weather going for us because we got a nice, beautiful day out here. And it's not even as hot as I thought it was going to be. It's beautiful out.
Yeah, last year it was a little warm here.
I was worried with the sun on our back. We're going to be boiling, and it was hot when we were setting up. But there's a breeze. It's comfortable. I'm not going to complain at all.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We may have to get some sort of cover for next year or monitors.
You don't want to know what I've been thinking.
Trotters are out.
What have you been thinking?
I've been looking at news vans. with a mast with the camera on it, so 360 camera.
David, simple is good.
Oh, I know. There's a happy medium somewhere. The tent idea makes me nervous, though, blowing around or scaring a horse, so. Let Ed get a drink of soda.
Auctioneer's cap on the back of a truck.
I want one. And my grandpa was an auctioneer, Colonel Jack Heyer. So I want to. It's got to be that tall. You can build a wall with some monitors and sit in there comfortably.
Yeah, we could just sit down there and leave Lisa here all by herself.
You could even stand on top of it if you had to. If you needed.
We could. Yeah, probably put the camera on top.
So
put her on top with no railing up there or anything.
Like I said, it's not thought out in my mind perfectly, but it's possible. It totally is.
Hey, we want to tell folks, for the first time in harness tube history, Lisa actually has a headset on, but she doesn't have a live microphone. She has ears, but she has no voice.
We're going one at a time. We're trying to add things as we go along.
And she'll agree with this. This is kind of a reminder of basketball season and Kevin Dieterle that she kind of gets picked on a little bit because she can't talk back.
Well, that's okay. But you're relishing this, aren't you?
I am.
Because at home, you don't get this chance, do you? She can talk back just as much as she wants to.
Now you're starting to sound like Kevin. And folks are coming around for the post, and we'll get that for you here. But again, a beautiful evening here in Carlinville for harness racing, and we're glad that we could bring it to you. Next up on the docket tomorrow, the Downstate
Classic over in Decatur at the Macon County Fairgrounds.
And all the prize money's like $8,000 or more, right?
80,000, I think, is what the number was. Between 9 races, sounds right. About
10,000,
8 to 10,000 a race. So it'll be a big day race. We'll see the best horses in the state, the best drivers in the state, all competing over in little old Decatur, Illinois.
And one of our favorite horses, or a couple of our favorite horses, Sour Grapes.
Here's a feel for race 5, 2-year-old filly trotters, race sponsored by PM Machine Shop and Fabrication of Carlinville. 1 is Miss Peaches on Latoya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi. Roshan Trigg trains with Demarius Wakefield. 2 is Tuss Tiaton on by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome Daniels, a trainer driver. And number 3, Shady Maple Becky on by Wyatt and Lane and David Avanetti, all of Chrisman. David Avanetti, the trainer with Wyatt driving.
Okay, I'll ask a question here while we have a break. Again, race horses have different kinds of horseshoes than, say, a riding horse, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, most shoes you'll see are pretty basic, just for
Great job
protection.
by the track crew here today under the direction of Randy Brown. You got Brandon and Brad and Gerald Rule, Matt Bennett, Connor Schmidt. Great job, guys. Good racetrack here. Takes a lot of work to make that happen.
And our shoes can vary greatly in the material, aluminum versus steel, the shape of the outside of it, whether it's a swedge or a half round, the width, if it's a 3/8, 5/8 width shoe, has different weight to it. So
Miss Peaches, Tuss Tiaton,
there's a lot of things that go into shoeing up a trotter. I can tell you that right now.
At the gate, race 5, and the gate's on the move.
We can't quite see it from here. Maybe if we look to our left, but over there in the beer tent, I think they're having a big Kentucky Derby hat party now. I think it started about 6 o'clock, so we might be able to see some big hats over there in the top of the stretch if we get lucky. But get back to Ed, because here they come.
Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Shady Maple Becky from the outside. Tuss Tiaton is second. Miss Peach is third. As we race around the first turn. Shady Maple Becky waiting on nobody here. This filly trots out impressively to about a 7-length lead. As we head up the backstretch, Tuss Tiaton goes off stride second. And Miss Peaches is the trailer. Illinois bred, a 2-year-old filly trotters. Move towards that quarter-mile marker. Now past it, it's Shady Maple Becky. Can't afford it, filly. Was there in 34 and 2/5 of a second. 33 and 2 make that. 33 and 2 past the quarter. She's out there all by herself. That's the 3, Shady Maple Becky and Wyatt Avanetti. Back there second is Tustiaton, and then we got Miss Peaches. Shady Maple Becky picking them up and putting them down here in fine order. This filly trots past the half all by herself for Wyatt Avanetti. Half in 106 and 4/5. That's some pretty good trotting. 106 and 4. Shady Maple Becky by 20. Tustiaton is back there second. Miss Peaches the trailer. Up the backstretch they go. Shady Maple Becky was a second last week at Carrollton. Trotting in 2:16 and 1 there. Very impressive here. As she's strong past that 3/4 mile marker in 140 and 3/5 of a second. 140 and 3/5. Shady Maple Becky. Off the 7/8 now. She's all by herself, as she has been most of this mile. For Wyatt Avanetti, owned by Wyatt Lane and David Avanetti, and she's going to win it easy here. Shady Maple Becky, all by herself. Tustiaton will be second, followed by Miss Peaches. 2:12, 3/5. 2:12, 3/5.
We're back up.
All right, with that, David, guess what? Lisa and I pick 1, 2, 3, so we got exactly
way off. Yeah, no, you guys got it right for sure. That was a nice mile, though. Wyatt did what Randy said. Go to the front and improve your position. He didn't look back at all.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Now, we had a break on the second place horse, but that made a huge difference in that race. A lot of times you want to know what if.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
And sometimes when the horses make a break and get strung out like that, they kind of lose focus, lose concentration. And it's tough to get them back in the mile. So sometimes if you get out of contention, it's tough to kind of get back that horse, especially these young ones. I mean, they don't know anything. So, you know, this ends up being just kind of a nice little easy win for Shady Maple Becky, the nice horse for the Avanetti barn. Wyatt and Lane and David all owned together. Couldn't happen to nicer folks. Like even Scott Nance said he was cheering for him and had picked Wyatt in that race. Said he knew the Avenettis from long ago. So good family, good horse. He was asking about where Can't Afford It stands. I thought he stood at Fox Valley or at Walker Standardbreds. I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong on that. Maybe the U of I before that program shut its doors. But Can't Afford It was a nice horse himself for sure. And now Nasir ranks here in Illinois.
So get ready for the winner's circle here. After they get done with that, we'll take a station break and allow our sponsors some time.
Winner race 5, the 3, Shady Maple Becky. 2-year-old daughter Can't Afford It from AA Soprano by Dover Dan. Bred by Freedom Mast. Just her second career start. Very impressive here. 2:12 and 3/5 of a second all by herself for Wyatt Avanetti, owned by Whitey's brother Lane and father David. They won the trophy. Here, the race sponsor, PM Machine Shop and Fabrication of Carlinville. Shady Maple Becky, Wyatt Avanetti win the trophy courtesy of PM Machine Shop and Fabrication of Carlinville.
That squirted out very far. As we watch the water truck go by, we're going to take, we'll go side by side.
Results of
here.
race 5 now official. Number 1, Miss Peaches was third. Number 2, Tuss Teaton was second. And number 3, Shady Maple Becky, your winner. First quarter was in 33 and 2, half in 106 and 4, 3/4 in 140 and 3, mile 212, 3/5 of a second. Race 5 checks from the top, 3, 2, 1 on the bottom, 212, 3/5.
As we by
We'll
go side by side as Loman Ray Insurance. We'll see.
I thought we were going to commercials, yeah.
Well, that's basically, yeah, we're going to our banner commercials that are out there now. I have a question because we had one horse with the straps on it on the legs. What are those called again?
Hobbles.
Hobbles,
yeah.
Okay, and most every horse in this race has that. Why do they put those on there? Number one.
You'll see them on pacers. So if a horse, we have two gaits, trotting and pacing. Pacing being that both right legs move at the same time, both left legs move at the same time, whereas trotting would be kind of what they call it the diagonal gait. Left hind moves at the same time as the right front and vice versa. And to keep the legs together in the gait, 100 years ago, they came up with these hobbles that are kind of like, well, loops of belt, a couple belts looped together, kind of handcuffing the horse's legs together so that when they pull that front leg forward, they're reminded to bring the back one with it. But you will start seeing some hobbles on trotters. Probably about 20 years ago, they invented some trotting hobbles, which is just the front half. So what that does is it has a loop around each front leg, and then a pulley system kind of up under the horse's chest, up under their belly. That reminds the horse when you put the one leg forward, the other front leg has to come back, and it just tries to keep them a little more reminded to keep that timing a little bit better, a little cleaned up. Sometimes it just gives the horse a little more confidence when they can kind of rely on that reminder when they need that extra kind of step, take maybe a tricky step in a turn or get kind of tight. Just kind of keep the horse together. They're not foolproof. They don't keep a horse from going off stride, but they're just a good reminder, good equipment we use.
All right. As we get ready for race 6 here, David, he noted a driver change on the 4 is Harold Finn Jr.
On 4? Okay, I missed that.
During that, as I'm pretty sure it was this race.
Yeah, Goom's horse.
Okay, I got to go back.
That's Harold Finn?
It's Harold Finn
Perfect.
Jr.
Yeah, Junior. I don't think his old man's out here driving. It's got to be Junior, so... Now, I tell you what, there was a time when you think patents are prevalent in the sport. There was a time when the Finn name was about 80% of every program at an Illinois County Fair that you saw. The Finn family, there's tons of them, branches of them down there in southeast Illinois. They've been racing horses for generations all over the Midwest and with a lot of success. So that name is synonymous with horse racing in this state for sure.
All right, as we take a look at things here. 4-horse race this time. All 3 of us picked different horses to win this match.
It's going to get interesting.
So you picked the 1 horse in Sutton
Chili.
Yep. Why did you pick it?
Sutton Chili, come out of the Dennis Gardner's barn. That horse, the last start, just really kind of opened my eyes. Frank Fisher went down the road with that horse, got beat, which is okay. That Fox Valley Brady is a nice horse, I think. So Sutton Chili shows that it can mind his manners and put in a nice mile if he needs to. Went to him on top. For my second place horse, I went to the Avenetti horse, Shady Maple Becker. Wyatt proved last race he knows what he's doing with these young trotters. How can't afford it for his family.
And Lisa agreed with you on that pick.
Good. So she knows what she's talking about there too. The Avenettis, if you like the horse, if you like the style, you can look for them to have success with similar type horses. And then for the third, went down to Call Me Maybe. Harold Finn now driving for Goom Gardner. that horse is bred so well. I know that the mare Maybe Gravy was a top mare in the state, so I know that the horse has potential. Use it third, my choice here.
Yeah, you and I differ on the first and the second place horse. We flip-flop the 3 and the 1, and then both of us picked the 4 to finish in that third place. And I'm pretty sure Lisa's pick, she went to that Fox Valley heritage there as far as picking a horse, because if it's got Fox Valley in the name of it, it's kind of like having a
absolutely
Jamaica Patent as your trainer driver.
It's almost like Cadillac. It's a brand. The Walker family has branded these horses. They've done a great job cultivating their brood mares and their sires they bring in the state, and they put out great bred horses for sure.
Okay, qualifications again. Mares they bring into the state, Illinois bred. What at the county fairs? Distinction between races that are in state horses and out-of-state horses.
So in Illinois, we have what's called the ICF program, Illinois Conceived and Foaled. That requires the horse to have been conceived in the state and foaled in the state. And there was ownership. There was rules in the past that are maybe changing, where you have to have ownership of an Illinois. For a sire, you have to be an Illinois resident to own the horse, to stand him in Illinois. That might be changing. There's been talk of it. I'm not sure where it's at right now. But basically, it has to be a horse that was a product of the great state of Illinois that's racing for these purses. The state sets money aside for us to compete for. And, these are all horses that are bred across the state and hit the ground on Illinois grass.
Dennis Gardner of West Salem. Dennis Gardner, the trainer, with Frank Fisher. 2 Fox Valley Victor, owned by Perry Tillman of Bolton, Mississippi. Freddie Patton Jr., the trainer. Cornelius Cavett driving. Number 3, Shady Maple Becker, owned by Wyatt Lane and David Avanetti of Chrisman. David Avanetti, the trainer, with Wyatt Avanetti driving. And number 4 is Call Me Maybe, owned by Dennis Gardner of West Salem. Dennis Gardner is the trainer with Harold Finn Jr. That's Freddie Patton Jr. on the 2. Freddie Patton Jr. driving the 2.
All right, thank you. Thanks. Take a turn. Go back. He's going to make a lap. David, one of the things we don't see as often, I think, is when I was looking at racing earlier, out-of-state horses coming into Illinois.
Yep.
Why, and what can we do to change that?
Well, there's various reasons. We have overnight races. These races that are. There's one later. The Tommy Decker Memorials and Non-Wars of 5,000 lifetime. That race is open to any breed of any state across the United States or the world. If it's a standard bred, it can race in that race as long as it hasn't made 5,000 lifetime. So there's a place for out-of-state horses. These horses were bred in their own state, maybe went through the stake schedule in their home state, and now they're just a good quality horse, but there's not a lot of opportunity for them to race in their home state, so they get sold and sent around the country, and they try to find a track the right size, the right racing style, the right conditions, that they can maybe fit the conditions and make some money. So they might end up in Illinois, and then you have to find a place to race that horse. Without being an Illinois bred, there's different opportunities to race for. He's not saying you can't race in Illinois, but you have to try to maybe race in the overnights at the Hawthorne-sponsored races or some of these IHHA, or not IHHA, excuse me, the overnight races at the county fairs and stuff like that. But yeah, there's horses bred all over the country, and we want to promote the Illinois first and foremost. How many hours of blood, sweat, and tears went into breeding these things, raising the hay that they ate, shoeing
the to take a extra pass around that first turn. Horseman thought it was a little bit slick there in the first turn, so should be good to go now.
Really, this is an agricultural program, and we can't forget that these are animals. These are 1,000-pound
Three horses returned
that
to the
we're
barn
training and racing. So
Little equipment adjustment.
Yeah, and from that, I would liken it to when we used to bring the small truck stock car guys to the Illinois State Fairgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
There were several years that these ARCA guys and a few other upper class drivers would come in and take all the prize money.
Yep.
And honestly, I will tell you that happened the first year. The second year, they might have won the money, but they didn't go home with a pristine car because they felt like they were coming in and taking their prize money. Now, not a lot you can do in harness racing,
right?
You know, to rebel with that. But I understand supporting your horsemen and doing that. But I also look at it for bringing commerce.
Right. So the
Illinois.
Maple Becker returning to the
and
track.
I'll say this: most of the Illinois breds are primed
Lewis
to race for the stake season,
race
you know,
6.
from May to October. But we have racing in the state outside of those times, and usually those other times, the winter months, are filled with these out-of-state horses. They're racing for maybe, you know, non-winners of 4,000 last 5 starts or whatever the condition is. And it still gives the public something to follow the drivers and trainers and keep the handle going, you know, keep the money flowing into the sport. But I'm with you. I'm all about the Illinois breds. You know, these horses were hit the ground on some grass somewhere in Illinois, and they've been fed by Illinois hay and trained by Illinois folks and owned by Illinois folks. You know, this is the reason why we're doing this, is to give back to the state, to showcase these animals and the product of
Sutton Chili, Fox
agriculture.
Valley Victor, Shady Maple Becker, and Call Me Maybe at the gate, and the gate's on the move for race 6.
Julie chiming in. She's going to pick with Lisa, she says.
Ah.
Yeah.
So Julie's going 2-3-1.
Well, she said he's adorable, so that's where she's picking from.
He's adorable?
Yeah.
Sounds like the
Freddie
way Lisa
Patton
picked
Jr.
horses.
on the 2.
Probably do better than
Valley
me.
Victor.
We'll throw it back to Ed now.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. Sutton Chili trots out quickly for Frank Fisher. Leads by about 4 lengths already going into that first turn. Freddie Patton Jr. second with Fox Valley Victor. Dropping in third, Shady Maple Becker. And Call Me Maybe. 2-year-old trotters round the first turn. Head up the backstretch here in race number 6. Sutton Chili comfortable on top for Frank Fisher by about 5. Fox Valley Victor back there second. 3 more back to Shady Maple Becker. Then we got Call Me Maybe. 35. First quarter was in 35 seconds flat. Into that upper turn for the first time. Sutton Chili now by about 8. Back there second, Fox Valley Victor. Then we got Shady Maple Becker coming to the outside. The trailer Call Me Maybe. In the lane the first time, all by himself, it's Sutton Chili. Sutton Chili leads by about 15, past the half. Still has a tight hold on Frank Fisher.
6 and 4.
Half in 106 and 4/5. Half in 6 and 4. Trot past the draw gate. Sutton Chili by about 6. Takes himself up a little bit there. Frank's going to have to pick him up. Sutton Chili now by 2, now by 1. Here comes Shady Maple Becker, and there goes Sutton Chili. He takes off again. He thought the race was over, but Frank's got him going again. He leads by 2.5, a little under a quarter of a mile to trot. Sutton Chili by 3. Shady Maple Becker's back there second. 3/4 and 142. On the inside there, third is Fox Valley Victor, off stride and trailing Call Me Maybe. Sutton Chili now with a big lead as Shady Maple Becker as goes off stride. Sutton Chili, Fox Valley Victor coming on a bit, but it's going to be Sutton Chili. Sutton Chili is going to win it by 7. Fox Valley Victor off stride there, again in the stretch, followed by Shady Maple Becker and Call Me Maybe. That mile was 2:14 and 4/5. 2:14, 4/5.
Looking at David's times and my times, I'm a math guy. Okay? 2/5, you can't put 0.2. It's 0.4 because it's.
We measure in fifths, so horsemen know that that's a fifth number.
And I figured out why. It's because on the clicker, it goes 2 seconds at a time. There's 5 marks in between on the stopwatch.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you're looking just like a clock,
analog stopwatches measure in fifth seconds, so that's what we.
Yeah.
And some people carry digital stopwatches. They convert in their head.
Convert
in their head. So, it's a preference thing, traditionally we've used fifths, but there's been pushes to move it to.
Winner of this race, the one Sutton Chili, a 2-year-old gelded son of Sutton. From the first crop of that Donato Hanover son from Stormont Jubilee by Angus Hall. Bred by Illinois' Melvin Miller. Sutton Chili is owned by West Salem's Dennis Gardner, who last year campaigned the Illinois Harness Horse of the Year, Goomster. Winner of over $250,000 for Dennis Gardner. He's got a nice 2-year-old here. As Frank Fisher wins with Sutton Chili in 2:14 and 4/5. This race is sponsored by Bates Motor Company and local auctioneer Mike Crabtree. Jody Decker Bennett down there. Again, the Decker family will give a trophy to the winner of the fastest trotting race of the evening and another trophy to the winner of the fastest pacing race.
Yeah, Lisa get
race 6,
the crowd.
Sutton Chili, Frank Fisher.
I haven't even turned around yet. Seen some familiar faces back there behind us.
Yeah, my Uncle Herschel made the trip down. We brought him down last year, and a friend of his likes to go over to I call a junk store over in the Carlinville area, so they were going to come to the races and did. Hope they're enjoying the races, and he can.
Sounds like a good
time. We'll have to let him know he was on screen.
Results of race 6 now official. Number 1, Sutton Chili, the winner. 2, Fox Valley Victor was second. Number 3, Shady Maple Becker finished third. Number 4, Call Me Maybe was fourth. First quarter was in 35 seconds. The half in 106 and 4. 3 quarters in 142. The mile was in 2:14 and 4/5. Race 6 checks from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finished just like they started. The mile 2:14 and 4.
All right, David, let's talk about our schedule a little bit. We're here in Carlinville tonight, but tomorrow.
Upcoming race number 7, number 5.
Tomorrow we get to be in Decatur for the Downstate Classic. And what'd you say, about $10,000 worth of purse money tomorrow?
I had just got a text. $10,000 per race, roughly. So Leanne Shin sent me a text. If we get all the Downstate Classics off tomorrow, with the weather we should, we'll have a combined total purse of $81,780, which I believe is the highest amount for Downstate Classic single day ever.
Yeah, because if you're looking at it, today's races are around that $2,500 to $3,000 mark.
Probably racing for 30 or 40 today. Does that sound right? 14 races between 2,800.
About a 2,500. So that'd be 30,000. About
math is hard.
35,000. A little better than that.
That's what I see. I was close.
Yeah.
The auditor can do math sometimes.
Yeah. The auditors are used to having formulas.
Yes. Someone said, "Aren't you good at math?" I said, "No, I'm good at using Excel." There's a big difference.
And so as we get ready for this schedule, we're looking forward to it, folks. As you can see, we've got some stuff coming up that's high. We'll be back to Decatur on Saturday for what I call normal fare harness racing.
Yeah.
Come out tomorrow if you want to see some of the best horses in downstate.
Best horses, best drivers, best trainers. I mean, we're seeing names like Casey Leonard, Nelson Willis, Jim Eaton coming down, Travis Siekman, Juan Franco. These are guys who drive every night in Chicago all year long, coming down to the Macon County Fair to drive in to race in the Downstate Classic tomorrow.
And then the 23rd, we're in Cambridge. David's hoping he's not having to run the camera, do commentary, and everything. That Lisa and I can make it up there.
I think I have Mom conned into going with me there. So if we have to, I think think I can put her on a camera, but we'll go live somehow.
Well, I think put you on the camera and make her go live. You just don't run any commercials or anything.
Put her on a microphone?
Yeah.
No, we can't put Mom on a microphone because Mom yells when she sees races. She gets too excited.
And she's probably watching at home tonight, and that comment is going to come back to haunt you.
That's all right. She'd agree with it.
There'll be no supper for you for a minute.
I have heard her. I think it was our Brown County broadcast last year. I heard her screaming in the first turn, and we were up in the broadcast booth. Once you hear that voice, you know what to look for. You can't miss it. So.
All right. We'll be up at Cambridge. Then we're back to Rushville. Last year, Rushville got postponed with rain, and the tragedy happened there. Knoxville, that's a fun one to go to. You announced in Knoxville, didn't you?
I announced in Cambridge last year.
Was it Cambridge?
Yeah. And then after that, though, we're adding in Farmer City this year to the schedule. Farmer City's a new one. Kurt Homan over there runs the fair, or runs the racing over there for the fair. I'm excited to go visit him, one of Kurt Becker's buddies. They put on a good show. Be excited to see them.
Petersburg a little earlier in the day in Petersburg for us on that race.
Petersburg was to be announced in the stake schedule, but that was confirmed by their president. It was 11 a.m. race time over at Petersburg.
New one for us, Paris.
Yeah.
We're going to be down there in Avenatti.
That's down there in Avenatti country.
I tell you what, I'm looking forward to Urbana. Number one, because my grandkids are over there.
Yep.
And my son and my daughter-in-law. But I love the celebrity harness race last year.
Brian Lohman over there, Lohman Ray. Brian does a great job promoting the races. He's a salesman, obviously. I mean, he sells insurance, but this guy put on a heck of a show, was doing pick-a-winners, running up and down, put on the celebrity race. You know, they had U of I people. They had the local, fire chief, weatherman from the news station. That's just so cool. You know, the people will get excited for that. And they got kind of clever how they use the horses later in the card. So big shout out to the Urbana crowd. I know Kevin Miller trains there in the Avenattis, so that's definitely a good fast track.
You know, the other reason I like Urbana, it's the end of July.
Yeah.
Which means it's going to be hot. And
we're in the AC.
We're in the air conditioning. Lisa stuck out in the heat, but not us.
I forgot. That was a nice little booth, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
We closed the door. We kept it real tight and
nice and cool. So,
then after Urbana, we move on to, I'm trying to think after that, we go
Hang on, I got it right here for you.
Lewiston's a new one, too. I touched base with them.
Yeah, Lewiston, we were in Urbana. The night
they doubled
the
up. So, yeah, we got to go up there and visit the Fulton County folks up there, and then we go back up to Lincoln for 2 nights, or for 2 days, 1:30 post times in Lincoln. And then the last week is always rough. We go kind of crazy. Last year we were in Charleston, Mount Sterling. This year, Charleston goes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so we're not able to be there Monday. So we're going to do Charleston on Wednesday, over to Altamont on Thursday, back to Charleston on Friday, run home and do Mount Sterling Saturday and Sunday. Send you back down south, hopefully, to get down to Marshall at a 6:30 post time on that Monday, August 5th, to end our season.
Yeah. So full racing.
Full racing.
And David, our sun went away, and we've clouded up.
And now I can't see because my sunglasses are too dark.
And I don't know which way the clouds are moving, but I think those have pretty much moved over us.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know.
It's bright and sunny, it's somewhat sunny behind us, but now it's cooled down. I would say we're in that 70-degree range right now.
It feels nice out. You know what?
You know, this is the first racing night this year that Lisa has not worn a coat during racing. She is cold-blooded, folks.
We're pushing the racing earlier this year, earlier to get all the races in accommodated. So yeah, we're racing in May this year. It's a little chilly sometimes.
All right, so that's our schedule coming up, and we're getting ready for race number 7. We haven't even talked about race 7 yet. Let's talk about that real quick. Everybody picked the 5-horse, which is UCD Annie.
There is a driver on that. Mike Cox will be the driver.
Cox will be the driver of the 5.
That's what Ed announced.
Okay, as we get ready to go here. Okay, what did you say the horse was that we need to change?
I got the 5 UC Annie driven by Mike Cox coming by right here at the black saddle pad. The yellow and blue colors.
Yep. Mike Cox.
Mike started out I shouldn't say started out. Mike worked for the Fox Valley Farms, the Walker family, a long time ago, 20 some years ago. Been doing this a long time, driving horses around these fairs. Actually had a pretty bad motorcycle accident out in like Colorado a few years back. Spent some time in the hospital. We're happy to see he bounced back and gets back in the bike now and race these things with us. Glad to have him back.
Okay, everybody picked the UCD UC Annie to win this race.
Okay.
Lisa and David picked the Some Star Sandy for second. I picked Pascalina. I like that horse. And Brendan Potts is driving that horse for Mikey Rogers. And then Lisa and I both picked the one horse Fox Valley Beacon. And again, going to that stable, the Fox Valley family. David picked Walkerville, owned by Bob Walker.
Well, the whole Walker family, and if you look closely, that Walkerville is out of a mare called Buckle Girl Bobette. Buckle Girl Bobette was a horse that the Walker family raced, named after Bobette Walker, daughter of Bob and Tina's sister. She ended up being a really good horse for the family. They started breeding her a few years back. This is one of their first foals out of that mare. I gotta believe that horse has some talent somewhere. So hopefully we can see him uncorked and put in a big mile today.
Horses are coming to
Gates
the
on the move, race 7. Sponsored by State Farm, Oswald Insurance and Financial Services Incorporated. Good field of Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing fillies here in race 7. Decker family will give a trophy to the connections of the fastest pacer this evening. Another one to the fastest trotter. This field of 3-year-old pacing fillies ought to buzz right along here. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Some Star Sandy from the middle of the field. Fox Valley Beacon down on the inside. Between them it's Little Mama as they race into the first turn. On the far outside, UC Annie. As we race around the first turn, Some Star Sandy with the lead. Little Mama's back there second. UC Annie is racing third. Fox Valley Beacon is racing fourth. Racing fifth is Walkerville up the backstretch. Then we got I Like You and Only You. And the trailer is Pascalina seventh as they move past the quarter marker. 31 seconds. 31 seconds past the quarter. They're into the upper turn there. Up front, the leader still, Some Star Sandy, leads by a length and a quarter. Little Mama is right there second. Past the 3/8 there in the stretch the first time. Some Star Sandy. Little Mama on the inside. On the outside, UC Annie's out there third. Fox Valley Beacon is fourth. Walkerville's been parked the whole mile out there fifth. Half and 102 and 3/5 of a second. I Like You and Only You is back there sixth, and Pascalina is racing seventh. Past the draw gate, over past the 5/8 mile marker, it's still Some Star Sandy with the lead. Little Mama is right there second. UC Annie on the outside was third, now second. Quarter of a mile to go. Some Star Sandy on the inside. UC Annie on the outside there second. 3/4 and 134 and a 3. Little Mama is racing third. Walkerville is fourth, and Walkerville has some pace to the outside as a couple breakers on the front. Walkerville, UC Annie with the lead. Walkerville coming on. UC Annie. Racing second is Walkerville, but it's UC Annie. Walkerville was home second. I Like You and Only You closed a bunch to be third.
Got the replay up for you folks so you can watch the end of this race. That's something that we don't use as often as we probably should.
You know, I was just watching last night WWE wrestling. I'm a big fan. My kids love it. That was a nasty break. But Pat McAfee, those of you might know, is an ex-NFL player that's been announcing and commentating and comedy, whatnot. He was doing replays on wrestling and had like a marker up there and was highlighting stuff and commenting on it. Like, we need to get to doing that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool if we can highlight.
He's coming over. He needs something from you.
Okay.
Here.
We're going to roll it back.
I can take it back for him. As a race official checking our race here, I'm going to see if I can pull that up on our images here. We're going to look at it again.
Oh, Wyatt.
Cox hit him.
I think.
So this is on this one.
UCD, UCNE, the unofficial winner here in 2:04 and 4/5.
Show the replay up
Obviously,
on the screen
there was
to you folks.
a little confusion at the head of the stretch, so our presiding judge, Jim Austin, is looking at the
wrong race,
replay here
wrong place.
to see if there was any interference. 2:04 4/5 for the mile. Race was sponsored by State Farm, Oswald Insurance and Financial Services Incorporated.
Now I should have the right race up for you. You can take a look at it. You take a look at it here too, as I got the replay there.
Everything is unofficial here as the judges continue to look at the replays. Courtesy a harness tube over there. Steve Surratt and David Brink with their harness tube do audio video live casts of the harness races at most of the Illinois County fairs. Judge Jim Austin there will talk to the various drivers involved. Yeah.
Where'd Jimmy go? Jimmy's across the track. Sorry. Yeah, he's over there with the harness tube guys, right straight across where the video guys are. Number 5. Then they pull off the 5 off Brenda. Oh, is that what you need? Yep. Oh. Always made it wrong over.
You just keep seeing a replay because the judges are looking whether there was contact or not in that corner. And so as we take a look at it here, and so we'll just keep replaying that. We'll be waiting for the final decision here. Let me get it back here for you just a second. I'll get it for him.
Did you ever touch?
One step. I did one step. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Looks pretty wide. As they continue to take a look at it and see what the officials will decide here.
that horse? I want to look at it.
You do one more time.
Yep.
Just want to check the interference in the back of the pack. Tell me what you think. Jerome definitely gets in the field. Walkerville, do you think she kind of gets through there?
We'll keep the replay up for you because it's taken that long. They're watching it multiple times to try to catch everything that went on with this race.
Wyatt makes a break. He said his horse takes a bad step.
Wyatt said that?
Yeah. This horse takes a bad step, which caused him to take a bad step. And when he loose lined it, see, he's loose lined it right now. Now, right there, that mare makes a bad step. He makes a bad step, snatches, but he's already into Jerome and Freddie. Who's the guy on the outside?
Jordan, Freddie. I mean, for Jordan, yeah.
I would think Freddie's going to get it. He's going to give him 2 because he had 4
7
rounds
also?
out. Yeah.
7 and 2?
7
They
and
get
2.
through it.
They get through it, but they got to go wide.
Okay, we got to place Wyatt behind.
Place Wyatt.
As the judges get ready here, David, you can come back on and talk here because, okay, so what are they looking at here as far as what they need to look at in the race?
They were looking at that last turn that we saw on the replay. There were some bad steps taken, and the lead horse made a break, and the horse outside made a break, and then you saw Jerome Daniels' horse make a break.
And you can walk us through us here as people are looking online.
So here we are going to the last turn. You have UC Annie on the outside, and Mike Cox and White on top. As they move into this last turn, everyone's racing for position and trying to get to that apex as quick as they can. Wyatt said his horse takes a bad step about right there. And then you see Mike Cox's horse on the outside.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, after a
when
review
Wyatt
of the tape and talking to the drivers, it's now official. The 5's your winner, UC Annie, trained by Rashawn Trigg, who's out there. Jamaica Patton trained, Mike Cox driven, UC Annie in 2:04 4/5 of a second. Last quarter in a snappy 30 and 1/5 of a second. Jody Decker Bennett's out there. And the Connections will receive the State Farm Trophy. Oswald Insurance and Financial Services Incorporated, your local State Farm agency. UC Annie, a 3-year-old daughter of Some Star Somewhere from D. Tumbleweed by Sagebrush, bred by Petersburg's Ron and D. Phillips. Owned by D. Phillips of Athens and Jamaica Patton of Rochester. UC Annie, Mike Cox, 2:04 4/5.
As we wait for them to give the official rundown, we know who the winner is, but we'll see how much that changes, David, with that. And
it sounds like, from what I heard, the conversation is that Wyatt's horse took a bad step in that turn and caused some interference with a couple other horses, and we'll probably see him step back.
Okay, bad step as in just distracting a horse. Define bad step.
Bad step. I mean, we're on a gate, trot or pace, and those hooves hit the ground in a very specific time, and if you miss that timing, the next 3 steps might be kind of off because you have to get kind of back gathered up under yourself. A bad step could be hitting a knee boot, could be catching a toe, could be getting
and you
sideways.
got to give up your position at that point to get back in stride or not?
If you go off stride, you have to grab your horse up and lose ground. In that instance, I think everyone was pretty safe in that they weren't trying to advance. They were definitely trying to be safe and gather their horses up and navigate the hairy mess. But yeah, if you make a break, you got to take yourself up and lose some ground. You can't just advance on a gallop and start passing people. So heads up on everyone there. Did a great job navigating that, getting through safe. We've seen both Abnetti brothers now. We've seen Chris Brown. Drivers all over the circuit have done a great job this year.
Pick a winner
when those
for
turns get
race
kind of
7
tight,
is
keeping things nice and safe.
Keep your hand up. I'm sending my daughter. My legs are way older than hers.
All right, we're waiting for the official. That's the unofficial that I caught them crossing the finish line at.
Yeah.
Just to let you know that as we get ready for race 8. We're now halfway through, just about the 2-hour mark, and we're just a hair behind that 15-minute mark.
All right, the results of race 7 are official now. There are several placings here. Number 1, Fox Valley Beacon finished 7th. Number 2, I Like You and Only You was 3rd. Number 3, Little Mama finished 6th, has been placed 5th. Little Mama, the 3, finished 6th, has been placed 5th. Number 4, Some Star Sandy, finished 5th, has been placed 6th due to interference at the head of the stretch. The 4, Some Star Sandy, finished 5th, has been placed 6th due to interference. Number 5, UCD, UC Annie, the winner. Number 6, Pasqualina was 4th, and number 7, Walkerville finished 2nd. First quarter was in 31 seconds, the half in 102 and 3/5. 3 quarters in 134 and 3, the mile 204 4/5. Race 7 checks down 7-3-5-6-1-4-2 on the bottom. 2-4 and 4/5.
Well, David, you got 2 of the 3 horses in a box. We all got the winner on that particular race.
Number 8, race 8, stretch the 4, Dandy's Tornado. Race 8, stretch the 4.
As we get ready to go here with race 8, we're scratching the 4 already.
3-horse race. That changes my pick.
Okay. Let's see. We'll come to that here in a second, but as I get back to my screen and see what we've got coming up here for that, it's time for a commercial break. We'll be back after these messages.
All right.
Los Rancheros Restaurant in Mount Sterling is your destination for authentic Mexican food. Open Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come and enjoy their daily specials on food and drink.
Driver,
Having a party, check
number
out
3, Mr. Turbo.
We are racing, and so we'll be back.
Fabian Johnson, the trainer with GT
these
White.
races,
The
I
4 has
guess.
been
Give it
scratched.
to Ed.
And here they come, race 8.
773-7800.
And they're off and pacing. I Understand jumps out for the lead. Ashley Silver Guy is always second. And Mr. Turbo Muffler is pacing along there third as they race around the first turn. Wyatt Avenatti, I Understand, the Hypnotic Blue Chip gelding. He was a winner at Martinsville and at Carrollton. He leads by 2.5 lengths as they race up the backstretch. Ashley Silver Guy's right there, second for Mike Rogers. And trailing Mr. Turbo Muffler. Past the quarter, they go into the upper turn, all single file here. 33 and 2/5, 33 and 2. Pretty leisurely pace for 3-year-old pacers as they move over to the 3/8 mile marker. I Understand by 2 lengths. Ashley Silver Guy still right there, second. Mr. Turbo Muffler a little closer, third, as they cruise towards the half-mile marker here off that leisurely first quarter. They're still taking it pretty easy as they coast by the half. It's I Understand by 2. Ashley Silver Guy is second, half in 105 and 2/5. 5 and 2 off the half. They move past the draw gate. I Understand by 1.25 lengths. Ashley Silver Guy still right there, second. Mr. Turbo Muffler with the leaders third now as they race towards that 3/4 mile marker. 3 Illinois bred, the 3-year-old pacers race towards that final quarter of a mile. I Understand now opens up 2.5 on Ashley Silver Guy, who's back there second, and Mr. Turbo Muffler third. 3 quarters in 138. They're not going to go as fast as the fillies. A little over 1/8 of a mile to go. It's I Understand by 1.25 lengths. Ashley Silver Guy will tip to the outside for the 1/8 of a mile dash here. It's still I Understand. Ashley Silver Guy on the outside coming at the leader. I Understand. I Understand's going to win it by 1.5 lengths over Ashley Silver Guy. Then we got Mr. Turbo Muffler.
All right, David, as we take a look at it, I didn't have Lisa's picks down, so I just guessed what she would have picked. I'm sorry. For some reason, I missed race 8 for you last night when we were there. But basically, David would have got to change to the 3-horse. So he would have got it right. I got it right. Lisa, shake your head. Would you have picked Ashley Silver Guy or I Understand? Just which one would you pick? Would you pick?
Mine was in 2:06 and 4/5. Last quarter was in 28.
You got it on your phone?
28 and 4/5 of a second. Last half in 101 and 2/5. I Understand wins the Goodman Real Estate Insurance Agency Trophy here.
The same way we did.
Evanetti.
So everybody ties on that one, David.
I Understand, owned by Arthur's Kevin Miller, trained by Kevin Miller. Driven by Wyatt Evanetti. He now won 3 out of his last 4 starts. This mile 2:06 4/5.
2:06 4/5.
Jim Kaburk, longtime Fair Board Director and Superintendent of Speed here at the Macoupin County Fair, is there in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of Goodman Real Estate and Insurance Agency to Wyatt Evanetti and all the connections of I Understand. Results of race 8 now official. Number 1, I Understand, the winner. Number 2, Ashley Silverguy was second. Number 3, Mr. Turbo Muffler finished third. Number 4, Dandy's Tornado was scratched. First quarter was in 33 and 2. The half in 105 and 2. 3 quarters in 138. The mile 2:06 4/5. Race 8 checks down. 1, 2, 3. Scratch on the bottom. 2:06 and 4 for that pacing mile. Upcoming race number 9, Scratch the 4, Dandy's Ladies Man. Scratch the 4. And number 2, Michelle's Girl Crush will be driven by Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton will drive the 2, Michelle's Girl Crush. The 4 has been scratched.
Drainage Products is a locally owned family company that has provided incredible employment opportunities in our area for over 40 years. Our constantly growing company is always looking for dynamic individuals who want to be part of an innovative, fast-paced team. To join our team, visit us online at timewellpipe.com. Timewell Drainage Products, a proud community employer since 1982.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Back with you on Harness Tube as we get ready for race 9 as they keep things moving forward. As you can notice on the screen, it's got a little bit darker here, but doesn't look like it's going to rain. Just got a little cloudy on us. But they're moving the races right along as we get ready to do race 9 for you in this, and I've got
race 9 will be the John and Lois Kaburk Memorial, second division for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers in the Midwest Illinois Racing Association. Jordan Patton on the 2, and the 4 has been scratched. We look for Vertical Speed, Michelle's Girl Crush, and Wizard Shark.
All right, David, as we get ready for race 9 here, just 5 more races after this race. The 4 has been scratched, as you heard. Jordan Patton driving Michelle's Girl Crush. Picks look like this. Lisa and David both picked Vertical Speed. The Wyatt Evanetti driven Kevin Miller horse for first. I picked the 3-horse Wizard Shark by Mikey Rogers. They picked that horse for second. I picked the Vertical Speed horse, so we flip-flop between you two and me for that, and then everybody's got the 2-horse because of the scratch in that number 3 spot in this race. Any background on these horses, David, you want to give?
I'm just trying to get my phone back on the internet over here. I guess people texting me, but yeah, just open at this card. We got 3 horses. The 4-horse scratched. Vertical Speed made almost $11,000 at the fair last year. That's a nice horse. Michelle's Girl Crush showed some nice speed. Won at 206 in Knoxville over a good track. That horse can go a nice mile. In Wizard Shark, I picked him last time. I'll pick him again. I know that horse well. I picked him out at the yearling sale. I watched him break and train down. I know he's got talent. If he can screw his head on right and do what he's supposed to do, he should be there. But we'll see what happens with the mile.
So is that formerly owned by you guys?
Yeah, Wizard Shark. I owned part.
Was also the silver.
Actually, Silver Guy was the last horse that Alan Bone ever trained, I believe.
That's a nice looking horse.
He's gorgeous. He's gorgeous. He's kind of a skittish animal, but he's got big white eyes. But he's a really pretty gray horse.
Now, which horse was it last year that had problems starting the race?
No, that was Sharky. Yeah, the Silver Colt ended up getting about 15 starts last year. I can't remember how many it was, but anyway, the Shark Colt, they ended up shutting down about July or something. So he didn't get as many starts last year, maybe a little greener. But yeah, he was having problems. He didn't want to. He has a big ego, we'll say.
Didn't want to be on the track by himself.
Well, he wants to do his things his way and his way only. So
horses are not much different than people.
Exactly,
right?
And that's kind of what it ends up being. Is you have to find the fine line between coaxing them and forcing them and coercing them and getting along with them. So
and we'll go back to our conversation, matching the right horse up with the
Absolutely.
right trainer and the right driver. I mean, we've seen substitute drivers go in and get the best thing that's ever happened to the horse just because of how they handle the horse.
Didn't Wyatt win one today on his first time driving a horse or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. You can pick up a horse with a good driver real quick.
Any other people chatting with us online that you've been able to look at?
I've been trying to get my phone disconnected from the internet, and I'm trying to get that back up. And I have people
why don't
saying,
you attach to this AT&T.
I don't want to bog you down.
No, this is a computer. I don't need it really.
Oh, well then I need to do that.
Yeah, once I get logged on and going, I don't even need the internet over here anymore.
Race 9, the second division for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, the John and Lois DeBerk Memorial. Number 1 will be Vertical Speed, owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur. Kevin Miller, the trainer, with Wyatt Evanetti. 2, Michelle's Girl Crush, owned by David and Adam Brooks of Cambridge. David Brooks trains, Jordan Patton driving. Number 3, Wizard Shark, owned by Ron Cox of Huntsville. Mike Rogers, the trainer driver. The 4 has been scratched. .204.4, the fastest pacing mile thus far of the evening. So 2:04 and 4/5 the time to beat to be in contention for that Decker Memorial Trophy for the fastest pacing mile.
We've got a couple fans tuning in. We have Craig Grummel watching from the levee down there in Carrollton, Illinois. We were down there last week and raced some good races. Let's give a big shout out to Craig and the whole levee gang down there. And Troy Market was chiming in, saying he's watching from back home in Mount Sterling. He was saying we should go get a bucket truck. I think Troy is volunteering to run the camera from the bucket truck.
3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers.
It sounds like it. I didn't quite get that right, but
Memorial and the gates on the move.
Well, thank you all for watching.
Charleston,
We appreciate you
Stacey
following along.
DeRoos,
It's
our
fun.
starter.
It's fun being together with you all, even
DeRoos
virtually.
driving the starting gate.
And we'll toss it back to Ed.
Race
We're going
9
to the gate.
Pacers. Four's been scratched. Eighth away. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Vertical speed on the inside. Michelle's Girl Crush gets away second. Wizard Shark drops over to the rail third as we race around the first turn. Vertical speed, the Stevensville gelding, leads by 2 lengths. Michelle's Girl Crush by Ashley's Big Guys there second. And the Revenge Shark Son, Wizard Sharks, the trailer, but about 3 off as they race towards that quarter-mile marker. Vertical speed as Wyatt Avanetti looks for another victory here this evening. Leads by 2 lengths. Michelle's Girl Crush is there second. First quarter was in 31 and 1/5 of a second. 31-1 past the quarter. Over to the 3/8 they go in single file. Just like they started, vertical speed, Michelle's Girl Crush and Wizard Shark, 1, 2, 3. Off the 3/8 they move towards the half-mile mark here. Vertical speed, nobody challenging that leader. Michelle's Girl Crush is still there second. Wizard Shark back there third, past the half, over towards the 5/8. Half and 103 and 4/5 of a second. Half 103, 4/5. Vertical speed by a length and a half. Michelle's Girl Crush still there second. Wizard Shark waits a third. Off the 5/8 they head down that backstretch. The pace ought to quicken now. Vertical speed by a length and a quarter. Michelle's Girl Crush is still there second. Wizard Shark is still third. Just a quarter of a mile to go now, and the pace has quickened a little bit. Wyatt shakes the lines at vertical speed. He picks it up a bit. 3/4 and 136 and 3. Vertical speed by a length. Michelle's Girl Crush comes to the outside. Wizard Shark will have to come 3 wide. Inside the 8th post. Up front it's vertical speed. Michelle's Girl Crush. Wizard Shark in chase along the inside. 16th to go. It's a vertical speed. Vertical speed, Michelle's Girl Crush and Wizard Shark. Finished just like they started. 1, 2, 3. 2:06, 1/5 of a second. 2:06, 1/5.
As we get finished up with race 9 here, 1, 2, 3 finish, just like they started. Vertical speed, Michelle's Girl Crush and Wizard Shark. 1, 2, 3. Nobody got them in order. You two picked the number 1 horse. And
mile was in 2:06 and 1/5. Last quarter was in 29 and 3/5 of a second. 29 and 3 in the last quarter. Mile 2:06 and 1 by here in the John and Lois Kaburk Memorial.
And I went with the sentimental pick. Why I picked the 3. I just want that horse to do well.
I know. I'm cheering for him too. He does it so naturally. The horse floats over the ground, but he's still learning, I think. A big win here for Wyatt. Just went to the front, did it his way.
Yeah, in the case of that horse, I would say the 2-year-old, the first year racing season for that horse, I would put it on the injured list. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a ball player. This is really its rookie season, in my opinion.
The Kaburks are out there for the John and Lois Kaburk Memorial Trophy presentation.
And so, in that case, you know, like college sports, you can redshirt.
Annual trophy donor.
Yeah, you ought to be able to redshirt a horse.
On behalf of the late John and Lois Kaburk, who were big followers of the Macoupin County Fair, and especially its harness racing program. Mr. and Mrs. Jim Kaburk with this trophy presentation.
Wyatt Avanetti with another win.
To vertical speed, who's owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller, well driven here by Wyatt Avanetti. The win in 2:06 and 1 with the last quarter in 29 and 3/5 of a second.
Driver's catching his own horse in the winner's circle.
Wyatt Avanetti with another victory here. Let's give him a big hand, folks. Vertical speed,
Man of many talents.
All right. Well, we've got
Jim
some
and
commercial
Carol
time here.
Kuburk
We'll
with that memorial trophy
take a commercial
presentation.
break as we know where this was headed as far as that's concerned. And so we'll be back after these messages.
Pick a winner for race 9 is Bob Smith of Chesterfield.
Wait, before you go,
Results of race 8 now official. Number 1, I Understand. The win.
make sure to subscribe and like to Harness Tube. If you can't do that, just give us a thumbs up. Alright, to the show.
.206 4/5.
All right, David, as we get ready to do this, we're going to say, we've got 500 YouTube subscribers. We'd like more, but there's a prize. We're going to put the rules out there coming up. But to register as a fan for a $100 gift certificate.
If you'd like a chance to win that, just make sure you like, subscribe, follow, all those things, because we're going to try to combine all the fans from across platforms and put them into one big wheel and spin it for everybody. So that's the idea anyway.
Yeah, if you want to make sure that you're in,
make sure that you
both of them subscribe or like both of them.
If you happen to slip through with 2 entries, I may not catch it. Who knows?
Yeah. Follow
Race number 10, the George and Lucille Ballinger Memorial. Number 6, Caveat Richmond will be driven by Jordan Patton. Number 7, Mr. JD by Demarius Wakefield. Number 7, Mr. JD. Change that driver to Demarius Wakefield.
As we get ready for this next race.
I had a nice shout out from a longtime horseman from up in Schuyler County. George Pollock was watching up there. His daughter Nancy was texting me saying that he really enjoying being able to watch the races from back at home. So we thank George for tuning in. George is a good guy. I'll tell you what, that man is the man who knows how to convert the track to Rushville. If it rains in Rushville, he's the one that can get it ripped up and ready to race within a few hours. A magician with that motor grader of his. So big shout out to George. Thanks for watching. Steve doing some housekeeping over here. We got driver changes everywhere.
Jordan Patton driving the 6-horse in
Caveat
this race.
Richmond, yeah.
And Demarius Walker.
Wakefield.
Yeah,
you're fine. He's a new one. He's the Croc. Remember him from Martinsville? The Croc that fell off?
Normally the horse loses a shoe, but he
never
lost
a driver, yeah.
I thought it was a crock myself. Okay, got to use the puns anytime I can. So we'll get those changes out there and available to you.
We might see the races start going off really quick. I'm looking at the sky, and it's kind of getting dark, and all the horses should be warmed up by now. So you might see these last few races kind of popping off.
Yeah, we've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 5 races, right?
Mm-hmm.
My triopia math is correct. And so looking at this race, Lisa and I picked the 4-horse, Fox Valley B. Gump. I like that horse.
He's a good horse.
Like it from last year. David picked the 5-horse, Brooklyn's Carmine.
Yeah, where's Hot Rod Halford at? That horse just, to me, came in off some good, nice miles, throwing miles in 54, 55, last course in 27. There's speed there. I haven't seen Stevie Halford out here yet, so I know he's here, but I mean, he wins a lot of horse races. He knows these overnights at the county fairs. He can drive the tracks. He knows the speed. I put him on top.
All right, the 2nd horse picked. Lisa picked the 1 for Iris's birthday.
It's Iris's birthday, yeah.
And then David and I both picked in that next spot the 3-horse, Mr. Rock My Night. And then for the 3rd place horse, Lisa picked the 5, Brooklyn's Carmine. And David and I picked Caveat Richmond, driven by Jordan Patton now. And so that's the way it looks as far as the drawings are concerned. Anytime you want to send them in, David will write them down, and we'll throw you under the bus just like we do all the rest of us.
And I should pull up YouTube because we had a bunch going in there. I started making it full screen and got out of it. But yeah, let's take a look at this real quick. I don't know if this is a new nickname,
Race
but
10 will be the
Julie's
open pace.
calling Mikey
Jordan
Rod
Patton on
Firecracker.
the 6.
Mikey
Demarius
Firecracker
Wakefield
might
on
be a
the
redhead
7.
joke, I'm thinking. We'll see.
The George and Lucille Ballinger Memorial.
Well, that would be the case. You would be
I know.
Firecracker.
I'm a ginger.
Either that or something with freckles.
Yeah. we love everyone chiming in the chat. You can see them kind of talking amongst themselves, and that's really the goal is all of the horsemen getting together, even if we can't be together. So happy to see everyone engaging and chatting with each other and having a good time.
Here's the thing. I know Julie's going to be in Decatur tomorrow.
Yeah.
The challenge for her, she needs to come to the booth and talk with us.
The booth. Bring her up to the booth.
Bring her up to the announcer's booth.
Trying to think. Sour Grapes is in late, right? So maybe we can get her in there early.
Yeah, even in the pre-race, if she wants to come over before
We'll have
racing
to find
starts.
her.
Yep. So, Julie, if you're still listening, we'd love to have you on the air.
And I'm sure she would hate to be on the air, but we'll try to push her.
Yeah. Yeah, just think of it. You're doing it for the harness racing world. It's not about you, Julie.
If
it's
she
about
can save lives in the middle of COVID emergency rooms, talking on a microphone with us would be nothing.
Absolutely. We promise we'll be nicer to you than we have been to Lisa tonight.
Those nurses got to stick together, I tell you what.
Yeah, the thing about it is, usually she's clear over across
the
track
it's
from
a
us.
different...
Yeah, it's strange having her
We're just
close.
chatting with her when we want to,
We tried to get a microphone set up for her. We'll work on that. Maybe one of these days we can get that done.
We have ideas, but I have big ideas. You have to make them practical for me. So
I gotta have time to do them.
Well, that becomes one of the bigger things, yeah, for sure.
As we get ready to go this evening. Again, race 10 coming up. 14 race card for you tonight. Any background on any of these horses you'd like to talk about?
This is just a really tough field. We've seen a couple of these horses you've mentioned, Sports Madness, it's Iris's birthday, Fox Valley B Gump. These horses have been around the county fair scene for a while. They're tough old horses. You're seeing some new ones come in with Brooklyn's Carmine. I've never seen Mr. JD. That's a new horse. And Mr. Rock My Knight. All well bred. Mr. Rock My Knight is the time to roll out of a Cole Muffler mare. That just says speed if you can tap into it somewhere. Both those lines were long-legged, high-octane animals.
Again, I know we talked about it earlier. Define the open class.
Is this open? Yeah, open class would be. So most races we've seen tonight have been sponsored by the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association. They're the ones putting up the money and sponsoring the events. The open class races are open to any horse, anywhere that's a trotter or pace. So this would be the pace mile. So we have an open pace. Any horse who thinks that they're good enough to compete with the good ones goes in this field to try to race against the best out-of-state or in-state breds stabled in Illinois right now.
Okay, all right. Again, it's got cool here. We've got a little cloud. They do have the lights on, which not going to help a great.
I'm telling you, as a horseman, you want to get these races off because looking at those little pop-up lights, they illuminate the track.
Paces are out. Paces are out now for race number 10, the George and Lucille Ballinger Memorial.
And as we have seen, it can cause problems with that knowing right where you are on the track.
Horses will jump the shadows. Horses will be hard to see, close quarters and stuff. It's... We've got Jared Staples watching from Disney World. I appreciate you watching, Jared, but I think if I was at Disney, my priorities would be down there watching.
I'm telling you, harness racing's more interesting to me than Mickey Mouse.
I love harness racing, but I figure if you're there, you're with family, right, or doing something kid-related or something. I don't know. But either way, thanks for watching. Thanks for giving us a big shout-out from down in Florida.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a couple of Mississippi-owned horses in this, the 3 and the 7.
Yeah.
Mr. Rock My Knight and Mr. JD.
The Mississippi crowd, they buy a lot of Illinois breds, but they're not necessarily only buying Illinois breds. They have horses that they trade down there in the South. Somebody might have one that they kind of work up and get to a good place, and then someone else wants to buy it and bring it up here and race. So you're seeing older horses from out of state, horses from all kinds of backgrounds. the Mississippi folks bring up a lot of different kinds of horses, and you never know what you're going to. Last year we saw the dead heat between horses owned and trained by the same guy and driven by cousins in the
Here's the field down for race number 10, the George and Lucille Ballinger Memorial. Open pacers. One is It's Iris's Birthday, owned by Harold Finn Jr. of Newton, Jacqueline and Kinley Finn of Newton. Harold Finn Jr., the trainer driver. Number 2, Sports Madness, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville. Carol Hayes, the trainer driver. 3, Mr. Rock My Night, owned by Terry Wilson of Jackson, Mississippi. Fabian Johnson, the trainer with J.T. White. Number 4, Fox Valley Big Gump, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Kevin Miller, the trainer with Wyatt Avanetti. 5 is Brooklyn's Carmine, owned by Cavallo Stables of Richton Park. Steve Halford is the trainer driver. Number 6, Caviar Richmond, owned by David and Adam Brooks of Cambridge. David Brooks trains with Jordan Patton. Number 7, Mr. J.D., owned by Jamie Daniels of Clinton, Mississippi. Fabian Johnson's a trainer. Demarius Wakefield doing the driving.
As the horses get ready to go to the gate again, keeping things moving here. We should be on our 9th, or let's see, trying to think, 2 every 15 minutes. So we should be on race 10. We're right on schedule.
It's crazy how that works, isn't it? They keep pretty close tabs on that thing.
Yeah, we talked that it used to be 20 minutes between races. Now they've got it to 15.
Fulfilled as 7 here in the 10th race. 5 on the gate, 2 trailers.
In the fact that the standard now is you really don't want to get past that 3.5 hour mark in order to keep people watching.
Right.
And
it's tough when you start pushing 4 hours to keep people interested or to keep a crowd engaged or to fit it time-wise in, even anything.
You talked about Mississippi. We had a group of guys down in Mississippi last year that were watching consistently. Haven't heard from those guys yet tonight.
No,
Gates on the move.
I think I even put our Facebook post in the Mississippi Horsemen's group. So they should be watching, hopefully. But love having we got
a picture from the barn last year. And again, we haven't heard from the Prathers, the Avanettis that are over Hannibal area, if they're still in that area. We'd like to hear from you if you're out of the state of Illinois watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just send us a text message, whatever, a message online on
It's
YouTube.
cool to see where the address pings on the internet, where we end up, broadcasting.
Field of Pacers at the head of the stretch.
Is our Canada guy watching today?
In Argentina, yeah. We'll throw it back to Ed with the call for the race.
Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Fox Valley Big Gump drives out for the early lead. On the inside, away second there is Rock My Night. So we race around that first turn. Flying up now at Brooklyn's Carmine to take over second as we head up the backstretch. It's Fox Valley Big Gump by 2.5. Brooklyn's Carmine is right there second. Racing third as we skim up the backstretch is Mr. Rock My Night. Fourth on the outside is Caviar Richmond. Racing sixth now is Sportsman's Madness. First quarter in 29 1/5 of a second. Fastest first quarter of the meet. We go over to the 3/8 off a quarter in 29 1. It's Fox Valley Big Gump. Fox Valley Big Gump leads by about 3. Sneaking up the inside, it's Caviar Richmond is our second as we race past the half-mile marker. Fox Valley Big Gump. Then we got Mr. Rock My Night followed by Brooklyn's Carmine. Sports Madness on the inside, rolling up on the outside, Mr. J.D. It's Iris's birthday, and the trailer is Caviar Richmond as they pass the draw gate over to the 5/8 mile marker. Fox Valley Big Gump by 2.5 lengths. Racing second, Mr. Rock My Night. Third on the inside there as they race up the backstretch is Brooklyn's Carmine. They got a quarter of a mile to go. They're going to have to catch Fox Valley Big Gump. He leads by 1.25 lengths. Mr. Rock My Knight to the outside. 3/4 and 132 and 1. Mr. Rock My Knight's the new leader by a neck, a half, 3/4 of a length. Mr. Rock My Knight also driving up on the outside as they turn down the stretch is a Caviar to make that Brooklyn's Carmine. Brooklyn's Carmine has joined the leaders. A late move by Sports Madness. They're about 5 across the racetrack. Caviar Richmond also on the move here. On the inside, Mr. Rock My Knight's going to win it. Brooklyn's Carmine was home second, followed by Sports Madness and Caviar Richmond. .204 and 4. That ties as the fastest mile by a pacer tonight. Tied with UCD UC Annie 204.4 for the mile.
Steve, pop around. Found a familiar face.
Here's your open pace winner, the 3, Mr. Rock My Knight. Number Terry Wilson of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Fabian Johnson. Handled here by J.T. White to a win in 2:04 and 4/5 of a second. 6-year-old son, a time to roll from a co-muffler mare bred by Springfield's Luke Lee Gall. Bob Ballinger is out there making the George and Lucille Ballinger Memorial Trophy presentation. Bob and his brother Jim fixtures here at the Macoupin County Fair for many, many years, as were their parents, the late George and Lucille Ballinger. The Ballinger Memorial to Mr. Rock My Knight and J.T. White.
As they try to figure out the finish here with this race, what I have up on the screen is unofficial. Want to let you know that. It's just as I saw it as they come across. Just trying to stay ahead of things here. But unless things get overturned, Mr. Rock My Knight, the number 3 horse, David and I both had picked for the second. The 5 horse finished second, which is what David picked for first. 4 horses. What
presenting judge once again, Jim Austin, is going to look at the tape there. No problem with the winner, Mr. Rock My Knight, the official winner, but he is looking at some of the placings back through the field before we announce those official results.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
Nothing.
Okay.
Other than they're just checking some of the finishes there. I told them what I have up on the screen is unofficial.
Okay, cool.
As we get ready to go to race 11. Starting to wind down the evening. Again, it's got darker, actually. Looks like clouds are moving to the north, straight from the south.
They're
to the
moving.
north.
They're not doing a whole lot, but they can just pass right on over us. I'd be happy.
Yep, coming in out of the south. If you look, if it's all coming in out of the south, we may be tearing down really fast.
Yeah, real quick. Shove it all under the stage, go get the cars, throw it in the cars, and get out of here.
That would probably be the plan.
Something like that, yeah.
Never done that before, have we, Lisa?
Last time we rained, was it Martinsville? We were on the stage. We kind of had some, we snuck
Protection.
in. We went in a little bit, and we're okay to kind of wait it out. But
what was the fair that we didn't make it to last year?
Henry
Henry
okay. Canceled. We got to Chillicothe and turned around.
Yeah, we made it 3/4 of the way there.
Almost the whole, and couldn't get back this year. You know, hate to see that. Got Diana watch Decker Windland up there.
Results of the 10th race now official.
Would love to go up there.
Number
sometime.
1, It's Iris's birthday was 7th. 2, Sports Madness finished 3rd. Number 3, Mr. Rock My Night, the winner. Number 4, Fox Valley Big Gump was 5th. Number 5, Brooklyn's Carmine was 2nd. Number 6, Caviar Richmond was 4th, and number 7, Mr. JD finished 6th.
Hey, I got him
First
all
quarter
right.
was in 29-1, the half in 59-1, 3/4 in 132-1. The mile was in 2:04 4/5. Race 10 checks from the top 7:31, 5:24, 6 on the bottom, 2:04 4/5.
All right, we'll go to a commercial break. We'll be back.
Race 11 up
These are
next.
actually side-by-sides that we're
Open
gonna be
Trotters, sponsored by Victory Lane Ford, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Justin McKinney, local business manager of Victory Lane Ford. No changes, race 11.
Race 10, pick a winner, is Jerry Clevenger.
I was trying to think of some of the other events that happened last year. Let's see, was it Cambridge or where was it that Kurt Becker was supposed to be the announcer and he was stuck in an interstate?
That was Cambridge, yeah. He got to 57 from about there Effingham, and there was a truck turned over or something, and called me, and
David Brink went to work.
Luckily, we were there setting up for the broadcast, and I grabbed a microphone and fumbled through some races.
Are
anyway.
you doing some races this year?
I am. I am. I've been asked to go back down to Charleston, so you'll see me on the microphone Wednesday and Friday at Charleston. There was a date. I will be announcing the Hawthorne at Springfield and DeCoin dates. I think it's July 7th, the Springfield. I'll be announcing those races over there at that big mile. My first time on a mile track. It'll be interesting. We'll see how it goes. And big fields too.
And you know what? From watching it, it moves slower. It seems like it moves
does.
slower.
You're at a further away vantage point. You kind of see things unfold at a higher level, at a 35,000 foot view, maybe. So, but bigger fields.
And if we get an opportunity to do Springfield, Lisa is just chomping at the bit to climb up that staircase.
There's 3 or 4 of those towers we can put her up in. Yeah.
We could put your mom in one, Lisa in one,
Troy in one.
We got 3 cameras. We could
make it work.
It'll work out. We could do that. And I had a spit of rain hit me.
Yeah, looking back over my shoulder, I don't think it's doing a whole lot.
Able to look at the replays courtesy of Harness Tube on some of these races when there's been possible interference, being helped to be able to see a video replay in Harness Tube. Dave Brink and Lisa Surratt bringing the races to our fans that can't be at these county fairgrounds. I'm sure their sponsorships still available. If you see David Brink at Harness Tube, go to your YouTube channel and type in Harness Tube, and you can follow any of the county fair races.
Yeah, but it wasn't that.
They can also send us stuff from
No
the Backstretch.
cost
Absolutely.
to the fans.
And so,
Fine sponsors they've been able to engage.
I want to thank Ed for those kind words.
yep.
It's
Backstretch, we want to see memories. If you want to send horse memories or whatever,
yeah.
we love.
We didn't get one of those yet, did we?
Nope. We had some from you that I wasn't able to get up
That's-
because
yep.
they looked a little too grainy.
I think, it's tough to pick one memory, so I understand maybe that was kind of a broad question. I should maybe ask something a little better, but I'm sure everyone out there has something that they think fondly of when they think of the Macoupin County Fair here in Carlinville.
Yeah. This is a couple that we've got this year.
Awesome pictures, absolutely awesome.
And, from a nursing home
How
aspect,
cool.
they've done that.
How cool.
And then as we get ready to go here for race 11.
We'll toss it back to Ed.
Horses scattered everywhere.
Let's take a look at that. Take a look at that, David, as we get ready for race 11. Lisa and I picked the 3-horse, Just Another Bag, driven by Wyatt Evanetti, and we didn't know he was going to be on a hot streak tonight. You picked the 4-horse, You Ain't
No Fool.
No Fool. Demarius Wakefield driving that horse for Rashawn Trigg. We picked that horse, Lisa and I did, to finish second. And then you picked the 1-horse to finish second, Shady Maple
Horseman have that
Isaac.
12th race ready to come on, please.
And then mixed bag on the 3 pick. David picked. Hey, wait a second. You just got 2 4s.
Victory Lane Ford, your Chrysler Dodge Jeep
314.
Ram.
314.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to
Dealer
make it
here,
different.
sponsor of this race.
Well, I'm laughing over here looking in our YouTube chat.
Justin McKinney, the local business manager.
We've got Lane Avenatti and Emma Schrock watching, and Emma went against the grain and didn't pick Wyatt's horse. She went
For this race?
for this race.
Okay.
Yeah, Emma went 1-3, I think, and Lane went 3-4.
Okay.
And then Randy Callahan said that Emma can't be gambling.
There's a
because she's
field for
protect.
race 11, number 1.
She's not working this race, Randy. She's not here.
Fisher,
She's not here
Albion.
tonight.
Frank Fisher, the
Oh, that's
trainer and
cool.
driver.
Happy
2 is
there.
double prize. How about Doug Graham of Springfield? Doug trains and drives. 3, Just Another Bag, owned by Autumn Perryman of Chrisman. David Avenatti trains, Wyatt Avenatti driving. And number 4, You Ain't No Fool, owned by LaQuentin Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi. Rashawn Trigg, the trainer, with Demarius Wakefield.
We've got Bear Baller watching from a softball field, and that's the beauty of all this, isn't it? I mean, if you have a kid's game or something you couldn't quite get away but still want to follow along, we love having you, you know.
We had that, particularly doing Little League during the summer or even during the fall or whatever. One parent's going to this game,
Yep.
the other parent's going to this game, and so whatever game BC Hornets is broadcasting, the other parents got on it. We have a funny story that I'll tell on our AD's wife. The girls were playing in Central, and the
Okay.
boys were playing at home. And her son was playing in a ball game there, so she was at that ball game.
Yep.
Her husband's coaching the team over at Central, and
All the
something
fastest
exciting
trotting line
happened
we've had
on
so far
the
tonight,
broadcast,
209 and 1.
and she screams. And there's nothing going on in this game. So,
Sounds like a Jackie Bowen story.
yeah. Boy, I tell you what, you're going to be in so much
I'm
trouble.
telling you, if you've been around at the races, anyone's heard her scream from a quarter mile away. But it's excitement. She loves it.
It is. It's a great sport to get involved with.
One is
We'll bring
what
Ed
to shoot
back up
for
as
here.
the field.
They're at the head of the stretch. Here they come. Shady Maple Isaac has made a break. One's off stride. Also off stride there was You Ain't No Fool, but he's back trotting, and they're off end trotting here. Just another bag, and Wyatt Evanetti. Wyatt's already won 4 races this afternoon and this evening. He leads by about 6 here with just another bag. Doug Graham is back there second with Noble Prize, followed by You Ain't No Fool and Shady Maple Isaac. Open trotters trot up the backstretch. Just another bag to Pine Credit Gelding. He's 7 years old. He's made almost $100,000 in his career, over $97,000. Made over $25,000 last year. First quarter was in 31 and 1/5 of a second. Just another bag by about 8-9 lengths as they move over to the 3/8 mile marker. Noble Prize, a 10-year-old with over $159,000 in earnings on his lifetime card, is back there a second. Just another bag by about a dozen lengths now as they move past the half. Noble Prize is back there second. You Ain't No Fool is third, the half, and 101 and 1/5 of a second. That's some serious trotting. 101 and 1, just another bag. Leads by a dozen lengths past the draw gate, now past the 5/8, up the backstretch towards that 3/4 mile marker. Just another bag, owned by Chrisman's Autumn Perryman. Trained by David Evanetti, driven here by Wyatt Evanetti, looking for win number 5, and he's well on his way to picking up win number 5 here in race number 11. 3/4 and 132. He's still going strong. Hasn't tired a bit yet. Off the 3/4 and 132. He's got an 1/8 of a mile to go. Leads by 15 lengths now. In the stretch. 16th to go. It's all just another bag. Just another bag. Win number 5 for Wyatt Evanetti. Noble Prize will be second. You Ain't No Fool home third. That mile, one of the quickest on the trot that I remember here, 2:02 and 3/5 of a second. That's a very impressive mile there by the 3. Just another bag. 2:02 and 3/5 of a second. This race is sponsored by Victory Lane Ford, your local Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram dealer. Justin McKinney, the business manager of Victory Lane Ford. Let me go back in the record book here a little bit to see how close this is to the track record. I know it's one of the quicker trotting miles I've seen here over the years. 2:02, 3/5 of a second, folks. Just another bag, owned by the trainer's daughter, Autumn Perryman at Chrisman. Trained by David Evanetti. Driven here by David's son, Wyatt Evanetti. Wyatt's got 5 wins on the card here today. Jim Kaburk out there with the Victory Lane Ford Trophy presentation. To the connections of the 3, just another bag. And folks, that's the 5th win on the card for Wyatt Evanetti. And that mile, 2:02 and 3, one of the quicker trotting miles ever here at the Macoupin County Fair. Results of race 11 now official.
2:03 and 4, so he did just break the record.
So now we're looking back in the record book here. The track record on the trot was set in 2007 by Alan Bowen's Celebrity Mistress, 2:03 and 4/5. So, folks, that was the fastest mile on the trot in the history of the Macoupin County Fair. New track record for trotters, 2:02 3/5 of a second. Results of that race now official. Number 1, Shady Maple Isaac was 4th. Number 2, Noble Prize was 2nd. Number 3, Just Another Bag, the winner. Number 4, You Ain't No Fool, finished 3rd. First quarter in 31 and 1. The half in 101 and 1. 3/4 in 132 flat. The time, a new track record, the fastest mile ever trotted over this track, 2:02 3/5 of a second. Race 11 checks down, 4-2-1, 3 on the bottom. Another big shout out to that track crew. They've done an excellent job with this racetrack. Their efforts just produced the fastest mile on the trot in the history of the Macoupin County Fair.
All right, David, we can do this free. Ed talked about it a little bit earlier on the air. We can do this free because of generous donors and advertisers. So you can donate. We'll put you on the donor list. Thank you for the ones that have it. You've got a couple more that
came in. Yes.
Came in. You can do our billboard ads that just put you up for about 10, 15 seconds on the air. We appreciate those. That keep us on. That's an inexpensive way you can go. And then the third way you can go, you can do a 30-second
Up next, race number 12, overnight pace, now winners of 5,000 lifetime. The Tommy Decker Memorial, no changes.
So again, it helps keep it free to our viewers.
And that really is such a big point. I can't drive it home enough. Is the free aspect. I have people chiming in the YouTube chat, able to watch their dad race. Maybe they, couldn't make it here to watch, but still, want to watch when they can. And keeping it free allows anyone to kind of just jump in when they have something they're interested in and kind of keeping tabs on it, not having to commit to
Pick a winner
a
for
full
race
subscription
11
or paying something.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. And we can say that with BC Hornet Sports, we've been free since we went on the air in 2018 in March.
There's something
to
that.
And it's due to advertisers and donors. We have people just walk up and give us money for doing what we do. But that goes to travel expenses, goes to equipment, goes to giving people stipends for coming. Because, example, today, you took off work early.
Correct.
You used vacation time. I didn't have to do that. Lisa didn't have to do that because we're old.
We're very thankful you guys are in the position in your life you are.
But the fact is we drove each of us down an hour and a half because our schedules are different.
Yes.
And, you've got gas money to get down there. A lot of times, now tonight, food's kind of taken care of, but we have food to feed us when we're on the road. And in the case of Martinsville, we had to go down the day before because race time got moved up, and so we had hotel expense. And those things happen. Those travel expenses happen. It just doesn't magically appear. The equipment doesn't magically appear. And there are things that, for instance, with our sports, we have about 4 sets of equipment because we have stuff set up at our home that we don't have to take down, and we have stuff that we have to have 2 people be able to go on the road.
Exactly.
And, David's got one, and we're his backup, and we're fine doing that to keep the expenses down for that. And internet, that's the other thing. We have to have hotspots, folks. And unfortunately, you can't just buy a hotspot and say, I want it for 2 months. You got to pay 12 months on that and pay for the equipment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And on top of internet, there's subscriptions to some of the software we have to use to maintain this, the Microsoft Office accounts and all that kind of good stuff. The expenses just add up, and we're happy to do it. We love doing it, but keeping it so that we can provide it for everyone free. And we can keep adding races. We can keep expanding. We can keep maybe adding more cameras in and maybe doing interviews between races. All those kind of things, takes money, and we appreciate everyone, all their generous donations and helping out there.
Well, and I'm going to put this out there because there are some places that we would like to put a second camera at. But we don't have, unless we put Jackie Bowen to work.
It takes a cameraman,
we need cameramen. And so we've got another resource we could tap at home. We need to get get him out on a race. But if you're interested in helping David with this project as we try to expand, that there'll be races that he can't be at. He's got a full-time job, folks. And so it might be Lisa and I and somebody else, or, eventually we'd like to have a whole 2 crews of people just in case there's 2 races on the same day.
Ideally, this grows well enough to where the sport grows, and we have races, instead of 26 fairs, we have, 40 fairs again, and we have 2 crews going all over the place. That would be, in a perfect world, see the sport bounce back, to see the coverage, across all the fairs and not just select ones. That would be a perfect world. Absolutely.
And folks, take your grandkids out to the harness racing. It was fun the other night in Carrollton. I heard some kids yelling, "Go 3, go 3." They didn't know the name of the horse, but they were having a great time. I'm pretty sure the grandma and grandpa had them stoked up on sugar and corn dogs.
It's good for them.
That's great.
Cotton candy and Mountain Dew.
That's healthy.
That's
healthy living, folks.
Nowadays, there was a time when kids grew up on farms and had a cow to milk and all that kind of. Nowadays, these kids don't necessarily see livestock animals. Some farm kids out there do for sure, but the average kid nowadays is less exposed to seeing, agriculture up close. And you talk about up close, we're sitting maybe 10 feet from the 5-horse when it comes by in the starting gate. I mean, we're watching a 1,000-pound animal carry a 150-pound guy 30 miles an hour. And it's incredible. Kids love the excitement. They love the pageantry. They love the colors. They love the fair. They love the rides. They love the food. It's good, clean family fun for all, and that's why we love supporting fairs. We love trying to push them and reinvigorate the fair culture because we believe in it so much.
As we get ready for this race, I realized I did not pick a horse.
Well, you better get on that. I got something to cover. I can buy some time for it a little bit. I had a little comment jump in the YouTube chat here. Diana Winland comment again. She said she has a win picture. This is, of course, the Tommy Decker Memorial. Tommy was the son of Margaret and Bobby Decker, who passed away years ago. But Diana said she has a picture with Tom driving and her grandpa, the Macoupin County Fair Board president, holding the head of the horse. Those memories, those pictures are etched in your mind forever. Those kind of, we all have those memories, those really special moments like that with generational, and how cool to see his grandpa being the fair board president holding the horse. There was a time when, the family just really was such a big important part of these fairs and horse racing community, and to see that kind of live down the next generation is awesome.
Well, and I'm going to encourage people, something that we've talked about. We want you to send memories. But I tell you what, I would like to see Jackie Bowen and then David Brink's favorite Alan Bowen picture from a race. Favorite moment that you have a picture of. The same way with the Decker family and the people that have passed in the last couple of years, or even further back than that.
There's so many on Facebook. There's a guy, I've never even met the guy. His name is Alan Brodsky or Brodsky. I don't know him, but he's posting great photos from the 80s, 90s, 2000s at fairs, and I think he's going to be at Decatur tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll have to bump into him there. But yeah, if you have any pictures from the old days, send them in to us. We want to share them with everybody else, because if this picture that Diana had, if we could put that up for people, I mean, how special would that be at the Macoupin County Fair, the Tom Decker Memorial, to share that picture with all of our fans? Just so cool.
Well, and I have some people that I know. It'd be funny if I could find. I don't think there's any of my 35 millimeter pictures back from would be like the probably
Timely
80s.
Tony.
Any of the Timely series with Gene and Marcella Northrop.
Yeah.
They trained in Mount Sterling. They trained in Griggsville. They trained in Rushville.
Yep.
And so, share those memories with us. That's what we're looking for.
Because
folks.
you'd be surprised how many other people remember them too. So and think fondly of them. So go ahead and share them with us. We'll put them up if we can.
Well, I picked my horses, David. I went against the grain. Lisa picked the 4-horse, Shady Maple, Bridget.
Bridget, looks like.
And you picked Rockin'
Caphone. Rockin' Caphone was one of the horses.
I went with Illini Judy, the Harold
Finn
horse.
I can't blame you there. That's a walk-on-water horse, too. But Rockin' Caphone was one of the dead heat horses from last year, the Wayne Brown trainee. So I had to hope to maybe repeat that and get the story going a little bit more there. So I went 5 on top.
And then you went with 2 in the second spot, Rockin' Legal. Lisa and I went with Underdog. And then both you and I picked the 4 horse, the Wayne Evanetti horse, for third. He's on a streak. I probably should have picked him to win race number 6
I'd say
for him
he's won
today.
5 of 11 races. When you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah. And then the 2 horse, Rockin' Legal, was who Lisa picked. And so,
Daniels.
You know, good race. This will be a good race right here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The Nauer's a 5,000 lifetime. It's kind of an interesting class. That could be old war horses that never put much money on their card. It could be a young horse that needs to learn something and hasn't earned much yet. So this race could combine any kind of horse. You know, colt, filly.
Field now for race number 12. Overnight Pacers now winners of 5,000 lifetime. The Tommy Decker Memorial. Number 1 is Illini Judy, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac. Walk on Water Acres of Alabama. Harold Finn Jr., the trainer driver. 2 is Rockin' Legal, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Jerome trains and drives. 3 Underdog, owned by Hart Walker, Chaz Walker, Bob Walker, and Robin Klingler of Edwardsville, Carrollton, and Jerseyville. Bob Walker trains. Jordan Patton driving. Number 4, Shady Maple Bridge, owned by Glenn Brown of Texas. David Evanetti trains with Wyatt Evanetti driving. Number 5, Rockin' Cafone, owned by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. Wayne trains with Jamaica Patton driving.
There went all my notes.
Almost got him.
Wind straight out of the south. We've had this thing this year where the wind goes out of the south for like 2 days and then switches back to the north, and that's why we've been getting storms. You get cold air, hot air
hitting each other.
As they're at the gate here. Nope, almost to the gate.
Almost there.
Almost there.
Demarius Wakefield on the 5 instead of Jamaica Patton. He told me that the only reason he dropped that crock at Martinsville is because he forgot his driving boots over at the barn area, or left them back at the barn before they left. But I looked up today when he went by in the post breeding, he's wearing Crocs.
Race 12 Pacers that race the gate. Stacy DeRoos has the gate on the move. Illini Judy, Harold Finn Jr., Rockin' Legal with Jerome Daniels. Underdog Jordan Patton. Shady Maple Bridge with Wyatt Evanetti. Rockin' Cafone, Jamaica Patton, all 5 on the gate.
Against each other.
Wyatt Evanetti already with 5 driving wins tonight. Fields at the head of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off in pace in Illini. Judy on the inside, away very quickly. Rockin' Legal right there second. Those 2 race into the first turn. Head and head, nose and nose. On the inside, Illini Judy, Rockin' Legal on the outside. Rockin' Legal gets ahead in front. Illini Judy fights back along the inside. Illini Judy now puts the nose in front. Right there, third is racing third now up the backstretch is Rockin' Cafone. They passed that quarter-mile marker. Racing into the upper turn. First quarter in 31 and 2/5 of a second. Rockin' Legal with about 3 parts of a length leader. Rockin' Cafone is there second. Illini Judy's now back to third as they swing out of the turn and race towards that half-mile marker. Rockin' Legal, the Rockin' Image, 3-year-old filly going a big mile here. On the inside as we race towards the half-mile marker. On the outside, right there, second, Rockin' Cafone. Those 2 battle it off into the lower turn. Rockin' Legal, Rockin' Cafone on the outside. Illini Judy is racing a fourth. I swing over down, or make that Illini. Judy's racing third. Back there fourth is Shady Maple Bridget. And now Shady Maple Bridget to the outside and is on the move off a half and 103 and 2/5 of a second. 103 and 2/5. It's Rockin' Legal on the inside, but there goes Rockin' Cafone. Rockin' Cafone is the new leader now by a length and a half. Rockin' Cafone has the lead. Rockin' Legal is back there second. 3/4 in 134 and a 4. 134.4 over to the 7/8 mile marker they go. Rockin' Cafone with the lead. Trying hard is Rockin' Legal. Those two have pulled away from the field by about 10 lengths. Rockin' Cafone, Rockin' Legal are in the stretch. Final 16th. Rockin' Cafone. Rockin' Cafone's going to win it. Rockin' Legal was home second, followed by Shady Maple Bridget and Underdog. 2:05.3 for that pacing mile. 2:05.3.
I'll fill in here as they are going to take a look at some things. Let's see if I can hit my replay here and see what happens with that. Is that down the stretch? That's down the stretch on mine. And so, yeah, that's just the final is all I've got on my replay here. As we take a look at that as they are kind of reviewing. So unofficial finish there on the board. The 5 David picked. The 2 he picked, and the 4, David picked them 1, 2, 3 in that. Lisa, let's see. Nope, she didn't. She picked the the 3rd finishing horse, number 4. Then the 4th finishing horse.
Rockin' Cafone, driven here by Demarius Wakefield. 4-year-old son of World of Rock and Roll from Mighty Oak Star by Tatler's Torpedo. Owned and bred by Mason, Tennessee's Wayne Brown. Driven here by Demarius Wakefield. We didn't pick that up, but there's a driver change. This is Demarius Wakefield. And Demarius Wakefield is 17 years old, folks.
I thought he was 20.
So only drove a dozen times or so. I think this is his 4th win.
And he's wearing Crocs.
This is win number 5. Win number 5 for 17-year-old Demarius Wakefield here in the Tommy Decker Memorial. Marge Decker along with Jody Decker-Bennett down there for the Tommy Decker Memorial Trophy presentation to Wayne Brown and Demarius Wakefield with Rockin' Cafone, 2:05.3.
Was Demarius Wakefield one of the young guys down in the barn down in Charleston when we were down there?
No, I don't think I met him until this year at Martinsville. Was the first time I saw him drive. I saw him around the fairs and stuff, but never see him in the bike, I don't think, until Martinsville. He got
results of race number 12 now official. Number 1, Illini Judy finished 5th. 2, Rockin' Legal was
Crocs
2nd.
Are in sport mode, folks.
Number 3, Underdog finished 4th. Number 4, Shapey Mabel Bridget was 3rd. Number 5, Rockin' Cafone, the winner. First quarter was in 31 2/5. The half in 103 2. 3/4 in 134 4. The mile 2:05.3. Race 12 checks from the top 5, 2, 4, 3, 1 on the bottom 2:05.3.
All right, that does that for that.
Kind of a cool story. I think the Rockin' Cafone won last year. I told you in that dead heat with Jamaica and Jordan, remember? Mm-hmm. That was the Tommy Decker Memorial last year, I believe. So that means Rockin' Cafone has now taken that trophy home 2 years in a row.
Wow.
How pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty awesome there.
And good to see Mama Deck out in the picture and the whole family out there.
one of our supporters out there is the Midwestern Illinois Racing Association. This is the second race in their series of 6 races that we'll be covering this year. Rushville, Petersburg, both Mount Sterling days are under that card.
Yep.
Also under the Midwestern Illinois. Then we've got Coles County Fair. They're a new, what we call business card or poster.
We like racing
sponsor.
there. The oldest continuous fair in Illinois since like 1854, it says. And that's pretty cool.
Hey, and folks, we're going to throw out a place to eat there.
Yes, we are.
What is it, Dirty's?
Dirty's Bar Grill, something like that.
Yeah, I tell you what, a shout out to them. And if anybody down there is going to say, hey, they got mentioned on the air, we should get free food down there the next time for bringing it up. But I tell you what I call upscale bar food.
Yeah.
Probably the best upscale bar food that I've had.
A nice college bar that you could take your family. I mean, it was a cool place to hang out. But it wasn't bar. It was, like you said, a upscale bar food. Little.
You'll
they had
see
a theme kind of.
You'll see it on my bill. We went back there Tuesday
That's
night
fine.
for dinner.
Put it on the tab.
The tempura shrimp tacos
That
had the
good.
little passion fruit balls on it, and I tell you what, folks, you got to go there and look at the food. Just absolutely guaranteed, David. During that week we're down there, I'm eating there at least once.
We're gonna have to find it. Yeah, I guarantee.
And so, yeah.
And hopefully they remember us because we went such great service, good food, good atmosphere. We just like going down there.
Ladies, if you like salads, they had a couple of different salads that Lisa ate.
You can say, ladies, all you want. I ordered the summer salad that had blueberries and raspberries and pomegranate, whatever those things are.
Passion fruit
balls, whatever they are. It was fantastic.
Yeah, guys, the passion fruit things look like caviar.
Like fish roe.
Like fish roe, but it's not.
It's so good.
It was good. They were out of their apple vinaigrette, and so they had a wild raspberry that was out
creamy
of this world.
Yeah, it was really good.
Like I said,
and you had was it a chicken? The Hawaiian
I had
chicken
a Hawaiian chicken sandwich that was one of the best ones I've ever had.
Pineapple on it and pepper jack cheese.
Then I had the tempura shrimp tacos the next night, and I tell you what, I was ready to let Lisa drive home. I had a nap calling my name.
I don't
but it
eat
didn't
fish
happen.
tacos enough. That's a good call.
Yeah,
good call.
A couple of different places out there. And folks, I don't know about you, when you go out to eat, we have a rule when we're traveling. We don't eat someplace we can eat at home. No chain stores so we can eat at home.
There's something to that because I learned that from a couple people, and you never know what you're going to find. And you'll always find a story, if nothing else, right? An experience.
As we get ready for this next race.
I got to go do some trophy presentation on these, too.
As we get ready for this next race, it looks like Mariah Lou is Lisa and David's pick here, and on glide will be mine as the desk comes in.
Mama deck.
And then Lisa and David picked Lulling City to finish second. I went with their first pick, the Mariah Lou, to finish second. David and Lisa also picked the 3-horse on glide to finish. So their order is Mariah Lou, Lulling City, and on glide. Mine is on glide, Mariah Lou, and Lulling City. Nobody picked the Jill Brown horse on this.
Mariah Lou?
Well, I guess she's got two
she's got
horses.
Two, yeah.
Chris is driving one, and Jill's driving one.
Well, so everyone picked Jill's horse, not Chris's horses, I think is the way to say it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Mariah Lou got that win at Carrollton. That's a nice mile, and it shows a line of 56 on there, a few back in Oak Grove. Off the rail, if Jill can keep this thing around these turns without kind of getting in too much trouble, that's a nice horse. She should be able to go away with this. But it's nothing's given, right? I mean, it's only 4 horses in this race, but anyone could win. And we watched Lulling City last year, non-glide, pick up some good miles. And Lou Sangrial, when keeping manners, can go pretty fast. It shows a win 2 starts back in 2-2 and a qualifier. So, anything could happen here. But there's Jill right there, right in front of us. It's so crazy seeing her. And anyone who...
There's a field out for race number 13.
There's Ed. No, Ed's not up. We'll give it back to him, though.
One is Mariah Lou of the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Jill Brown trains and will drive. 2 is Lowling City, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfields. Jerome is the trainer driver. Number 3, Unglide, owned by Jerome Daniels. Jerome is the trainer with Jordan Patton. And number 4, Lou Sangriel of the Flacco Family Farms. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown driving. All right, 4 trotters in his 13th race, 2 from the Jill Brown barn, 2 from the Jerome Daniels barn. Racing for a purse of $1,700. Mariah Lou, Jill Brown, Lulling City, Jerome Daniels, on glide with Jordan Patton, Lou Sangriel, and Chris Brown. They're at the gate. Gates on the move, race 13. Here they come. And they're off and then trotting. Mariah Lou gets away quickly for Jill Brown on the inside. Lulling City's racing there second. On glide, trotting along third. Lou Sangriel on the outside, moving up fourth, now third, as they race around the first turn. Mariah Lou with the lead by a length and a quarter. Lulling City is still right there second. Lou Sangriel is third. Back to fourth now on glide. Only 3.5 lengths separates the field as they move past the quarter-mile marker. Mariah Lou, Lou's Legacy 4-year-old mare, leads by a length and a quarter.
31-4.
First quarter was in 31-4. Lulling City is right there second. Lou Sangriel has dropped in there third. On glide is racing fourth. As they move past the 3/8 mile marker. They're in the lane the first time. Mariah Lou leads by a length and a quarter. Lulling City is still there second. On glide third, and Lou Sangriel. They move past the half over towards the 5/8. It's still Mariah Lou. Mariah Lou by a length and a half. Lulling City right there second. On glide is third. Lou Sangriel is fourth. Half and 103 flat. Off the half and 103, they move past the 5/8 mile marker. Mariah Lou by a length. Lulling City still right there second. Lou Sangriel moving up third on the outside. Back to fourth is on glide as they trot towards that final quarter of a mile. Mariah Lou, Jill Brown, she leads them by 2. Lulling City is still right there second. Lou Sangriel on the outside third. 3 quarters were in 1:35-1. Another good trotting mile here. A little over 1/8 of a mile to go. Mariah Lou with the lead. Lulling City is still right there second. On glide is third. Lou Sangriel is the trailer now. 16th to go. On the outside, here comes Lulling City. Mariah Lou on the inside. Lulling City on the outside. Mariah Lou, wire to wire for Jill Brown. That mile was in 2:06 flat, 2:06 flat. Remember, we need those 2:04 and 4 winners up here for the Decker Memorial Trophy presentation. connections of Mr. Rock My Night. Mr. Rock My Night connections. And UC Annie. Appreciate it if you come up here for the Decker Memorial Trophy presentations to the fastest pacing winners. Race 13 was 2:06 flat. Nice effort, wire-to-wire effort by Mariah Lou. 4-year-old daughter of Lou's Legacy from SH4 by Valley Victor, bred by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, home of the Flacco family farms. Thirteenth race sponsored by the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Brenda Watson trackside with David Brink from the IHHA to make the blanket presentation. To Mariah Lou, trained and driven by Jill Brown on the Flacco family farms. Jim Kaburk, your superintendent of speed, also trackside there in the winner's circle with David Brink, grassroots director of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, Brenda Watson, with the trophy presentation. Mile was in 2:06 flat. Jill Brown, folks, from Charleston, let's give her a big hand. Does a great job there, and she wins the 13th with Mariah Lou. Results of the 13th now official. Number 1, Mariah Lou, the winner. Number 2, Lulling City was second. Number 3, Unglide was third. Number 4, Lou Sangrio was fourth. First quarter was in 31-4. The half in 1:03. 3/4 in 1:35-1. The mile was in 2:06 flat. Race 13 checks from the top, 1, 2, 3, 4. They finished just like they started. The mile was in 2:06 flat. And I see Jamaica Patton down there. One of our 2 winners of the Bob Decker Memorial for the fastest pacing mile. UC Annie, D. Phillips of Athens, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained by Jamaica, driven today by Mike Cox, one of the co-winners of the Bob Decker Memorial Trophy for the fastest pacing mile of the 2024 Macoupin County Fair.
The pick a winner for race 13 is Sharon Lama.
Another trophy for the fastest, co-fastest pacing mile will go to the connections of Mr. Rock My Night, owned by Terry Wilson of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Fabian Johnson, driven to a 2:04-4 victory earlier tonight by JT White. And JT's out there, so that's great. JT, congratulations to Jamaica and JT there for winning the Bob Decker Memorial Trophies. Marge Decker out there. Marge and Bobby fixtures here at the Macoupin County Fair and throughout these Midwest fairs for over 60 years at least over 60 years, Bob, and greatly missed by all the horsemen. I'm sure the fans here in Macoupin County. So those Bob Decker Memorials being presented by daughter Jody Bennett and Marge Decker. Last race, race number 14, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association.
Okay. I'll say now, David, let's talk about the schedule a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, we're here tonight, Decatur tomorrow for the Downstate Classic. That post time's 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
We'll be on the air about 3:30 tomorrow.
If I can get there from work on time, that's the plan.
That's the plan. And then Decatur on Saturday at 11 a.m. And then we're off for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we have a nice 2-week break there.
2-week break, and then things start
going crazy. But we love doing it.
Oh, absolutely. And so taking a look at the schedule overall, folks, want to make sure that you understand that we're out here doing this. Tell your friends about it. Tell nursing homes. Again,
yes.
I talked about this last year.
If you're watching at home, invite a friend over too. Anything, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that is the thing to do, is invite a friend over. Have a watch party at your house. It'll be a great time. Your friends will have a great time.
Make corn dogs and nachos and
introduce new people to harness racing. Last race here.
And if they have questions that you can't answer, send them in to us. We'll try to answer it for them live on air.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So last
14th
race.
14th and final.
14th race, 3-horse race. It is a 3-year-old and up horse and gelding race sponsored by
IHHA.
And let's see what we have here. We have Judge Me Not, driven and trained by Jamaica Patton, Loose Interceptor, Chris Brown driven, Jill Brown horse, and then Loose and
Adonis,
Steve Hot Rod Halford II, trained and driven. Here's the picks. Lisa and I picked the Jamaica Patton horse, Judge Me Not.
And I can't blame you.
David went with the Hot Rod horse down there in that third slot. For the second place, a little mixed bag there. Each of us picked a different horse. Lisa picked the Adonis horse. David picked Judge Me Not. And I picked the Interceptor horse. Then David and Lisa agreed. That's happened a lot tonight. Interceptor for the third place. And I picked the Adonis horse to finish third. So I went 1, 2, 3. Lisa went 1, 3, 2. David went 3, 1, 2.
You talk about stuff happening over here, and I saw Lisa just had Jordan Patton on the backstretch walking his race bike from one end of the track, one barn at the first turn, to the other barn in the last turn. If I remember
you got
right,
horses over there too?
There is a cattle barn coming off of, you can send it where that excavator is, kind of.
Yeah.
You can come off the track there and back behind where those people are.
So didn't he haul it this direction a while ago?
Yeah. I'm watching, like, somebody should get that kid a golf cart or something. He's been walking half a mile, dragging his bike back and forth. But I tell you what, these people do it. These horse racing guys will do whatever it takes to get it done. They love it, the sport, and I tell you what, work their butts off.
And I tell you what, I think the Carlinville people heard us talking about lighting last year, because they've got more lights on that backstretch than they had last year. There are 4 sets of lights, and it's not as bad as
it doesn't look too bad. And I can't really see actually on the track to see if the lights are getting out to the dirt, not off the grass. But you're right. I don't see much of a shadowy spot, except for maybe coming out of the last turn. Looks like it's a little dark. The lights on the outside pole over here.
I'm not saying they don't need about 3 more sets of
You're right, though. We can't complain. Can't complain at all. We don't want to race 4 more hours, but 1 race shouldn't be a problem at all.
Again, let's talk about Lisa and the great job she does running the camera.
Yeah. Picking this up last year for the first time and not really knowing what to shoot, and now she's the pro. She's getting such great shots. We love, I glance up at the screen and see what she has going all the time.
Right now she's got the turn 4 people, where there's a big group down there in turn 4 with their vehicles.
There was in the beverage tent, there was a big hat party too somewhere. I saw when I went to the bathroom. They're having a good time over there in the Smokey Jennings beer tent.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get over there to get our sandwich.
Big thank you to our parade marshal.
I'm getting there. I'm getting kind of hungry, so we'll see.
Tessa Jett
I'm getting
Tessa, you did a
hangry.
great job tonight.
I just heard the name of the outrider, Tessa
She
Jet.
can hear us over there on the
All
turn.
right.
Tessa Jet.
And again, one of those safety things
Your
that I
parade
get on
marshal.
the bandwagon on that I
She lives
think
right
is
here
a
in
must,
Carlinville.
particularly after what we saw happen
Yep.
a couple of times last year, particularly at Rushville, that you got to have that outrider to collect that horse in.
And we even had a nice little video we posted last year of Kelly Bell was outrider, I think, down in Paris or somewhere, and Matt Avenatti was having some problems with his horse, getting into the infield, and Kelly grabbed his horse there and got it straightened up and on down the track, moving in the right direction. And as a horseman, it's you feel so much better when you have that extra set of hands to kind of take the horse's mouth before you need to take your lines
Here's your
back.
field now for the Illinois
making kind of
Harness
adjustments, or your
Horsemen's
horse just pulling your
Association.
arms off,
3-year-old and up trot, the horse and gelding division, race 14 on your program. Number 1 is Judge Me Not, owned by Ron Phillips of 8th Inch Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Sherry Bolodovic of Lakewood, Colorado, trained by Jamaica Patton. Driven here by Mike Cox. The 2, Lou's Interceptor, owned by Stacy DeRoos of Charleston. Jill Brown trains with Chris Brown driving. Number 3, Lou's Adonis, owned by Tori Hagee of Dyer, Indiana. Thompson Racing Limited of Petersburg. Steve Halford II, the trainer driver. I want to thank all our officials here at the Macoupin County Fair at the harness races tonight. Your presiding judge, Jim Austin. Associate judge and timer, Bob Ballinger. Your charter's been Mark Brown. Our secretary treasurer here, Tina Walker Schruck. Stacy and Aaron DeRoos have been doing the starting. Also a big shout out to Harness Tube and David Brink and Steve and Lisa Surratt. You want to watch harness racing throughout this Summer County Fair season, go to YouTube, look up Harness Tube. You can follow along all summer. Marietta Walker's been our clerk of the course. Again, a big shout out to the track crew. You've done an excellent job. Produced the fastest trotting mile in the history of the Macoupin County Fair here tonight. So a big thank you to Jody Decker Bennett. She's done a lot of promotion within the harness racing community to support the harness racing program and the fair here in Macoupin County. Fourteenth race trotters at the head of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and trotting. A good start here in the 14th. Judge Me Not to the inside. Lou's Interceptor and Lou's Adonis. They race 1, 2, 3 into that first turn. Judge Me Not along the inside. Lou's Interceptor only a neck back. Lou's Adonis only another half length back as they head up the backstretch. Towards that quarter mile marker. Judge Me Not, Mike Cox by a length. Right there, second, Lou's Interceptor and Lou's Adonis. Past the quarter mile marker. Into that upper turn. It's Judge Me Not, the Can't Afford It gelding, by a length. First quarter was in 32 seconds flat. 32 seconds past the quarter. Lou's Adonis on the inside. Lou's Interceptor on the outside. Only 2 lengths separates this field of 3 as they trot past the 3/8 mile marker into the stretch the first time. Judge Me Not with the lead. Lou's Adonis on the inside. Lou's Interceptor on the outside. The 3 of them trot past the half over to the 5/8 mile marker. Half in 104, 4/5 of a second. Judge Me Not on the inside. Lou's Interceptor on the outside. Lou's Adonis right there third. These three have raced like this the whole mile, all three within 2 lengths. They swing off the 5/8 and head up the backstretch. Judge Me Not by half a length on the inside. Lose Interceptor on the outside. Lose Adonis has got the perfect trip for Steve Halford, and they get just a little under a quarter of a mile to trot now here in our nightcap. Up front, it's Judge Me Not. Now Lose Adonis takes over second. 3/4 were in 1:37 and 3. They're at the head of the off stride goes Judge Me Not. Judge Me Not led the whole way, just made a break and went off stride. And Lose Adonis now comes on to get the lead. It's Lose Adonis after the break by Judge Me Not. Scooting home by easy winner here for Steve Halford. Lose Adonis wins it. Judge Me Not was second, followed by Lose Interceptor. 2:09 flat. 2:09 flat. So that track record mile stands up as the fastest mile, not only of this card, but the fastest trotting mile in the history of the Macoupin County Fair.
You park yourself in a 3-horse field.
I know. The whole time. Wow. That's like the 3rd time today it's happened.
So somebody representing Just Another Bag. Somebody from the Avenatti stable, please come up here to the winner's circle to receive the Decker Memorial for the fastest trotting mile of the night. And of course, it was the fastest trotting mile ever. Again? Just Another Bag, 2:02.3 earlier tonight.
All right. David gets the exact again on that.
I wouldn't have. That last little break hadn't happened the last
yeah,
turn.
Lisa and I were looking pretty darn good at that point.
I can't even act like I meant to pick that right. That's stuff, it happens sometimes, right?
So that would have made that one, would have pushed the...
I'm going to go to the winner's circle. You can finish the rundown. I'll come back. We'll finish the show maybe, all right?
Well, I'll probably finish before you get back.
I won't complain.
All right. With that, that's the 14th race on the day. Again... Loose and Adonis.
And so Brenda Watson will come trackside again here with David Brink.
And so
for the trophy presentation for race number 14.
And Loose Interceptor.
Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, 3-year-old and up.
And a good mile, and we'll let Ed talk here.
Horse and Gelding Trotters. Here's your winner, Lose Adonis, owned by Tori Hagee of Dyer, Indiana, and Thompson Racing Limited of Petersburg, Illinois. Steve Halford, the second, the trainer driver of Lose Adonis, wins our nightcap in 2:09 flat.
Hello, Mike. This is Jim Austin. We're done. Thank you very much.
Yes, Lisa gives the track once over again as we get finished up here. She's got the people trying to walk to the winner's circle here. Great evening for harness racing. Great finish to the race. Exciting there. Again, anything can happen. Lisa and I were looking pretty good as far as that was concerned. If we had just got that, it would have been 1-3 to 1-3.
So I'll see Autumn Perryman coming up here on behalf of Just Another Bag.
But anything can happen.
Here's the connections of Lose Adonis
and horses that have
here for race number 14. And once again, Brenda Watson, David Brink, on behalf of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, making the blanket presentation to Steve Halford II with Lose Adonis, 2:09 flat here in the 14th.
All right, so with that, we'll be at Decatur tomorrow on the air about 3:30, racing at 4 o'clock. As we get ready.
And also coming up here now, Autumn Perryman,
next half, we'll finish
on behalf of Just Another Bag, the fastest.
And we appreciate you doing that this evening. And so we thank you for watching and listening. We'll be with you tomorrow. For Steve Surratt, David Brink, Lisa Surratt, and Harness Tube, we want to thank you.
So, number 1, Judge Me Not was second. Number 2, Loose Interceptor was third. Number 3, Lose Adonis, the winner. First quarter was in 32 seconds. The half in 1:04 4/5. 3/4 in 1:37 and 3. The mile 2:09 flat. Race 14 checks from the top 2-3. 1 on the bottom 2:09 flat. On behalf of your Superintendent of Speed, Jim Kaburk,
good night, goodbye, God bless, and hope to see you at the racetrack.